Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampoville, and welcome back to some Song of Ice and Fire. We've got this, ColdHands, Night's Watch. We'll kind of do a little bit of mashup between this box art and I got this picture down here, so maybe a little bit of a lighter color on our elk slash stag over here. We'll do the usual, I think, dark stuff on him though. We got Mars Black out on the palette from... That's going to be from Gamblin as opposed to our usual... wrong shelf here. Yeah, Mars Black going to be from Gamblin this time around. Just want to give this some tests. Hey there, Landrast. Yeah, I thought today was Saturday. I was like, holy smokes, got to get this going because I'm going to have to get up really early tomorrow morning. But no, that's not quite the case. Hey there, Hell again. Great to see you again. And Rascal, thank you so much for joining me here. So painting badly, I hope that you're doing well also. Now I also have this little base here. We just put some very quick basing bits on there from... Here, let me move this over this way. We're also going to welcome in Mafia. How you doing? And Drug Tech, nice to see you too. So Mafia, how the heck are you doing? Look at this. We haven't actually gotten quite started yet. Look at that. You are literally here right at pre-glaze time. So Drug Tech, nice to see you again. So this is from, again, Song of Ice and Fire. This ColdHands Night's Watch. Hey Landrast, if you is yours posted on Instagram at all? If you wanted to show yours off. So yeah, Mavi, it's going to be some pre-glaze. Now, of course, our stream yesterday had some hilarity to it, that's for sure. Here, let me grab some of these guys if I can. There they are. Yeah. So this was last night's stream here. A little fun in Hobbit Land. Yeah, we're going to be painting a bunch of these tomorrow too. So yeah, lots of hobbits as we're doing a whole big old hobbit army. So yes, lots and lots of hobbitses. And of course, here, let me get... Oh, that shouldn't be quite there. Let me move this thing too. So we were painting the Dragon Emperor. Here's the base that we did for him. That was really fun. And then, of course, here's another Song of Ice and Fire. You know, we painted a bunch of these guys up on stream too. I think all but one of them actually we painted up on stream. So it's typical Song of Ice and Fire there. And we used 3D basing bits on this too. Some plants there. Bog myrtle bushes, and then those little cattails and stuff. Hey there, Deck Knight. Nice to see you back. I hope that you're doing really well. And of course, Mafia, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And of course, Halligan, if you want to post some of your 2D art in the chat there, that would, I'm sure that would be fabulous for folks to see. Yeah, why not? No, well, there's, I don't think I can change that right now. Yeah, don't think I can change that. Sorry about that, Rascal. We'll have to change that afterwards. Maybe we'll get a few more viewers because they'll think it's an OnlyFans stream or something like that. Now we're gonna keep this pretty simple too. Just Van Dyke Brown, Mars Black here and there. Nothing crazy. So here's some of our, again, Van Dyke Brown, whatevers. Maybe not quite so much thinner in there now. We got some of the Mars Black going on there. We'll be doing our usual thing where we take it away. So Mafia, hope that you had yourself a really great stream. And again, if there's anything you want to share in the chat, you just go ahead and do that there. So yeah, unfortunately cannot change that while I'm actually streaming here. It only can be done after the fact, pretty much. Hey there, Michael. So definitely an oily fans. I think, wasn't that... oh gosh, didn't Stila... Wasn't that her? Actually, it was called Oily Fans. I think so. Couldn't be sure. It's been... If it's been more than 5 minutes, it's too long. So everybody please check out the latest 2D art there from Halligan. So yeah, Halligan, I'm sure I'm going to keep on finding more 2D art stuff sitting around. as because I only have, well, I'm less likely to find 2D art in the next area. Well, it's not going to be the next area, but an area that I'm heading towards. Those will be more like illustrations, I think. Although who knows? Maybe there will be some more. There shouldn't really be the old watercolors like I was showing you. I don't think it should be those. So yeah, I could swear that her used to be called Oily Fans. Well, her only fan stuff. Hopefully she does get back. I've been meaning to just send her a message just to see how she's doing. I'm going to just use this down here at least, since that's super absorbent stuff anyway. That's the bulletin board cork, so what the heck. I think I'm also going to hit my hit the base as well with this while we're at it, so that this has a chance to set a little bit more. So everybody please check out the Discord link there, because Landras did, what the heck, ColdHands, right? That's what this guy's called. So Landras did one of these. And Landras, if you wanted to share the, I don't know which, there's like 4 different wolves, right? Or is there 5 of them? I'm sure I've got a bunch of those around. We'll have to, I mean, I was tempted to do something like that on this guy here, but then I thought, no, if I try and paint that on stream, he'll be a little bit tall, and that'll make it a little bit of a, so ghost, okay. So yeah, let me get a little bit of the, yeah, this is a touch of the asphaltum. We're going to get our asphaltum out there. That's what we like to do. So everybody, again, please check out the Discord link there. Well, the 2 Discord links from Landras, but Ghost and also ColdHands here. And then also please check out Halligan's 2D art links. Did we get it all on there? I think so. So everybody, again, please give Landras some kind words there. I think now we finally have our paint everywhere. Again, if it spatters a little bit like that, just soapy water, couple seconds, boom, you're done. All clean, right, Grand Oracle? How you doing? So yeah, Grand Oracle, I thought I was completely disoriented, thought today was Saturday. The entire day. So as I was doing stuff, I was doing it based on it being a Saturday and the fact that I have to be up super early tomorrow for the tree removal. I did get the printer going again, though. I kind of had it on pause for a couple of days. I made a bunch of build plates today, and those are print. I just did some more Archvillain stuff. Oh, and also some Moonlight minis for ReaperCon. So Grand Oracle, did the heating AC stuff, did that get resolved? Because I know you came home to that being, well, not working. Wasn't sure if that's now working. So Arda Michael, was it in the books, or was it, I hate to ask it this way, was it in the books or only in the TV show? Because anything that was in the TV show and not the books will never get made into this, because this is only based on the books, not the TV show. Like, who are the other guys? The ghost whatevers, the white skin guys, the White Walkers or something like that. Yeah, those will never get made for this, because it's yeah, that wasn't in the book, I don't think. Actually, in Grand Oracle, and again, thanks for last night. I did, and thanks for the reminder. Shot you a message there. Yeah, this I'll just hit with our usual black stuff there. Let's shove you over there, and you can see this is already starting to get a little less with the shiny here. So yeah, Arda Michael, I don't think you're ever going to see those. Not in Song of Ice and Fire. Maybe, but I kind of doubt that. Who knows? Maybe they run out of things to do and they get a little bit desperate and they say, oh, well, we'll just do them. There also could be some licensing things to involve with that. Ah, boy, sorry about that, Grand Oracle. I mean, really, I mean, like we were talking about last night, there was all those other costly things. So everybody please check out Dogtax Zombies. That's an Instagram link right there. We also have to give Megan Paints a follow too. Thank you so much, Megan. So Megan, hopefully, like you were saying, you think maybe things will be on the uptick and you'll be able to do some streaming this coming week. Thank you so much, Danger Close. Appreciate that. How you doing? So Danger Close, yeah, we had lots of fun with our hobbitses last night, didn't we? Lots of fun with those little hobbitses. Lots of puns. Sorry we don't have hobbitses tonight, but there will be tomorrow. So there will be, and thank you so much. Appreciate that, Megan. So yeah, we've been streaming for 41 months. 41 months we've been doing this. Basically March of 2020. So again, everybody please check out all those different links. Drogtac, Halligan, Landrast, and Megan, if you want to post your link tree there, that would be fabulous. Yeah, Megan, I'm glad at least you could do that and just kind of maybe focus your attention on that and not on just having to. Well, again, hopefully those the medicines doing their thing as well. Now you can see there's that's a decent amount of staining happening there, I'd have to say. Here are the Ambino, how you doing? So everybody please check out the link tree that Megan just posted. That is oh, he's well, Grand Oracle, the it looks like the autocorrect thing got you too. Oh, that'd be fantastic, Halligan. So Artemichael, I used to take plaster and wood glue and some sand, and that's how I made my own texture paste until I realized that I like tile grout better. Now I have used a lot of plaster in my terrain stuff. Again, using the wood glue as the water, that also gives it lots of adhesion and a little more structure. If you remember, well, here there was lots of plaster in this thing. It's going to take a little while to scroll up there, but let me see if I can find it here. Almost there. We're getting there. To my bolt action stuff. There it is. So all of those broken pieces there, that's all actually plaster. So what I did was I mixed plaster and a little plastic. It was almost like the lid of a Chinese food container. And before it cured fully, I took it out of there and I just pressed it in place, and all of those pieces just broke. They broke completely natural. I didn't have to place any of those. I just stuck the thing there, pressed on it, and it would just kind of break naturally. So that was all plaster right there. Obviously, for the terrain stuff, I would prefer to have something like a Durabond 90. Certainly not going to use 20. Yeah, I think I ended up using 45, but I would prefer the Durabond 90 for that. Oh, that's very cool there, Danger Close. So Aaron Bainel, yeah, hilariously enough, I thought all day today was Saturday. It wasn't until right before stream when I said Armored Wolves that, I might have to end a little bit early because I got to get up early Sunday morning. He says, well, so what does that mean? Because, well, it's not Saturday. So yeah, that was me having another senior moment right there. Now pretty much every day is a senior moment. Actually, Grand Oracle, after all the hassles of the trip and the build up to that, and now with everything going on, I think you feel like you're having some senior moments right now too. You feel like you've aged a little bit over the last 3, 4 months or so. Well, I might as well just go here and just grab some more of these guys here. So yeah, I genuinely thought all day long that today was Saturday. Well, there's some things that I won't have to do for tomorrow that are now done. The things that I would have done today, those will just have to get done tomorrow. Alright, we have wiped off that successfully, managed not to break any of our basing bits. And again, these are the Make It Epic undead dudes. Skelly friends. Skelly friends go. Look at all that. Look at those skelly friends there. I think I printed up at least 2 build plates worth of those. Hey there, meat spawn. Well, I'm glad that the airbrush is all fixed there in Banal. I know that was a little bit of a sad face thing right there. So Halligan says that yeah, life is one senior moment. I think a whole bunch of us are having senior moments left and right these days. Oops. Oh, well, Grand Oracle, hopefully they just practiced on each other. They just started throwing people into the pool there, and nothing like actual, life-saving training on the job there. That's the best way to learn it. Under duress instead of in a relaxed, safer environment. So yes, lots and lots of senior moments for all of us, I believe. Yeah, this is super complicated too. Look at that. Again, I'll be changing over some colors here too. We're just gonna try some different things here. I'm gonna switch that over to maybe this here with the brilliant yellow pale. Maybe a touch of the Terra Rosa, whatever. Doing the stuff here. I might have to, here, let me move this up a little bit, maybe, if I can. There we go. Yeah, meat spawn, well, the Hobbits' last night, actually, this is 2 nights in a row of pretty darn simple pre-glaze. This was basically just Van Dyke Brown. Oh, and by the way, Grand Oracle, I'm using the Mars Black from Gamblin, not Williamsburg, like we were talking about the last couple of streams, especially last night. Yeah, so we're using the Gamblin Mars Black just to give it a little bit of a test, see what happens. I mean, that's really the best way to test it, is to really see, okay, what's it like in this circumstance or this circumstance. Hey there, Arid. So your revision on that's all worked out okay for you? I know there was a little bit of a surprise adding to your Easter basket there. But hopefully today is surprise free, and you'll just be able to do your move, and that'll be it. One of the Shatterpoint Inquisitors there. So meat spawn, sometimes there's a little bit of fluoro yellow in there, but the key is you have to get some of that Indian yellow in there, because even adding the fluoro yellow, it's still going to be kind of peachy. So the Indian yellow, that's what keeps it from getting too peachy. The other yellow will help a little bit, the fluoro yellow, but definitely not from keeping it I mean, it'll just kind of go straight to peachy without that. Halligan, that happened with a couple of other folks where I was trying to block genuine things that were trash, and of course somehow it blocked like the people that I talked to all the time, right? And they couldn't understand why I wasn't getting any of their messages. Now even I think Kathy's sister got blocked. Now of course we've been getting so many trash calls, and of course I don't really use the phone. I just type messages, don't really use it like most folks typically use a phone, actually talk on the phone. That's usually not what I'm doing. So again, just throw in whatever here. We can also come back in, remember, with pin line washes. By the way, this is 20 minutes in. So yeah, meat spawn, that is the Indian yellow. That's really important for that. And then also meat spawn timing. Well, just like comedy, timing is everything. Yes, you want to be able to give that paint enough time to set. That's why you kind of do a little bit in your object source lighting areas, then you kind of move somewhere else. Then maybe you can swing back around after a bit. Oh, look at this. Here's some Indian yellow. See how that already, look at how it just, see how strong that is? That's a little bit of a dry brushy thing, and look at how strong the tint is on that. So that I wanted to do this meat spawn just to show you how powerful that Indian yellow is, and that really should get you away from your creamsicle there. That's not code for anything. Yeah, maybe let's throw a little bit there, maybe a little bit on our skelly friends down here. Oh, the radiant yellow, some of this here, because I'm looking at that. You know, I need to get some. We'll do maybe a little of indigo, maybe even a little bit of indigo. Whatchamacallit there? Yeah, pin line wash, possibly. Again, just trying to create some different colors here, doing this fast. You know, I'm going to get over to my reference. It'll show me that a little bit bigger. There we go. Just trying to get a little bit of color in some areas here. Well, hopefully meat spawn that works out. Hopefully it does. And again, everybody, please give Arid Can Wife a follow. Arid, I know you're super busy with the move, but if you wanted to post your Pinstagram, as we like to say, so that people can give you a follow, and then when you start streaming at the new digs again, hopefully this week. So Jorta, I have not heard of those before. That is the first time I've ever heard of them. So that's going to be a negatory on trying those paints. Now somebody else in the chat has, and you want to proffer your observation of what they're like, that would be very helpful. More data, more better, right? Let me get that. There we go. I'm just gonna work that in a little more. Look at that. That's a little bit of our radiant blue in there. Everybody, please check out the link there by Arid, and please give Arid a follow if you could. So that's interesting to know. Mostly, well, because when we're talking about the people that are gluing themselves to oil paintings, and you try and get them to understand that the oil is actually not something that comes from dinosaurs, but something that comes from, well, plants. That's another one that I can say, because there's the walnut oil, right? safflower oil, linseed oil, but now we can add poppy seed oil thanks to DrogTech. So yeah, DrogTech, I'm gonna. Thanks for the info. I will certainly. And what's that called? Blocks. I'll tell people. I say, hey, look, there's a, and it's out of Belgium, right? DrogTech, yeah, out of Belgium. Hopefully that's not also chocolate. A little bit of the fast. Ooh, there's a whole bunch of thinner that worked its way into that. So I'm gonna get into something else here. Maybe, you know, I'm just gonna get all that out of the brush with a paper towel here. Like that. There. Try this. So again, maybe we'll do this. The brilliant yellow pale. And the radiant blue. Let's hit this guy here. Also, I guess he has glowing blue eyes. Don't know what the deal is behind that. So actually, Artemiko, how are you doing on your... Oh, well, I know you got your Mumakil and just in general, you've got your Harad army. Hopefully that you've been able to do at least a little bit on that, even though you're kind of been distracted with the other stuff. I think now, what am I printing out? Printing out some Diwali stuff, wargs, Rohan guys. Basically, I think I will be pretty much redoing the Rohan army. Well, at least a lot of the Cav, and I didn't really have much in the way of... well, I had the 5 Royal Guard, but I needed some more, so I printed out more of those as well. Alright, so he's... Okay, that's... because the one picture I'm seeing, he's a bit lighter. And then the other ones, obviously, they got him all kind of dark. But I think he's supposed to be, well, not quite a White Walker or whatever. But I would imagine maybe a little bit lighter with the fur color or something like that. So build that. Actually, that's one of the things I'm printing there, Artemiko, is wargs. The Diwali warg riders. They should be different from the other ones. There would be painted up a couple of them on stream. I thought some of those warg riders, I could use that for maybe another little comparison on some black, maybe with also some Van Dyke Browns. Yeah, DrugTech, that sounds a bit like the safflower oil. But again, Grand Oracle, sorry that you have to deal with all the extra hassles there after the exhaustion of the trip. I mean, at least that went kind of the way you're hoping. It seems like the things that were hoped to be achieved were achieved. That's cool there, Artemiko. Yeah, actually, I have a whole bunch of... Well, I also have... I think, is this Suleiman here? No, that's the this is the Golden King, right? Of Abrakan. Yeah, I think I've got... Well, and 2... I believe you have to... The 2 bears, they're on their own little 25 mil bases. You can't just put them on a oval base, which would make way more sense. You actually have to have the 2 idiots mounted on round bases, which just is silly, but that's, I think, how you have to do it. Well, at least to be fully within the rules, I guess. That's... Alright, so yeah, look at that, 29 minutes. Plus, remember, we've been working on this, too. And I'm just going to chuck some stuff onto here while I'm thinking about it here. We'll be doing our usual Armored Wolf Crushed Glass Snow. And Armored Wolf has just been producing some more of that. So again, Armored Wolf, crushed grass snow. Nothing replicates nature better than nature, and that crushed glass snow is it's about the next best thing to real snow. It's really amazing stuff. Again, nothing fancy here right now. We'll be coming back doing more things with it, but for right now, I'm just looking to see, okay, where's some of our lighter values going to be. We're not going to go bonkers with the snow here, because I don't want to cover up all the skelly friends, of course. But I'm certainly not going to go nuts painting this part, which will mostly just be covered with said snow. Alright, we'll set you off to the side. We'll grab you again. We'll look at all that darker color on the brush. Now, let me see if I can. This maybe. Radiant blue. Where's my indigo? There you are. So, indigo and the radiant blue. Let me see if. That does give it a little bit of a blue tint, but I want it a little darker, a little more of the indigo maybe here. Something like that, perhaps. And I'll continue this way. Maybe slap a little bit of that here. So yeah, we're starting to tint some of our shadow areas here away from just the Van Dyke brown now. And give it that little kick of that blue, kind of a dirty bluish gray. Because reasons. So Arid, hopefully no new surprises today. I'm sure it's busy and crazy and you'll be just sort of living off of boxes, maybe, or sleeping on boxes, or sitting on boxes for maybe a day or two as everything gets all settled in. Again, did just junky old brush, dry brushing in some of this more bluish color here. And in these shadow areas, especially there. Because guess what? We can go lighter on his fur. We'll be doing that too. Mostly brilliant yellow pale, I gotta say. A whole lot of that. Alright. A little bit of that down there too. Yeah, so now we got ourselves a nice little bit of blend. I can also zoom in maybe a little bit closer here so people can see that. There we go. Maybe even a little bit more of that indigo. Which, oddly enough, sort of ends up looking a little bit on the lighter side. Now, that's Fulton here. So we get some separation between that and the fur. A little bit of temperature change. Like that. Oh, now this should be interesting. Well, look at this, Grand Oracle. That's it's Egyptian Violet and the Gamblin Mars Black. That should be an interesting dark for sure. A little different. Certainly a warmer dark. Alright, I'll throw a little bit of thinner in on that, and we'll just get some of these right now, because we know we want those a little bit darker than all the fur around it. I'm just going to hit this like so, just as a bit of a reminder here. I was almost tempted to throw a little bit of the fluorescent blue out here. I think we won't bother with that. Actually, you know what? I'll let his snoot get a little bit darker here. There we are. Now, well, we haven't. We won't be consulting our usual oracle of the flashlight, because the only real source light there is going to be right, literally around the eyes. And 36 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. Plus the base. Remember, we're also working on the base too. His little movement tray thing that goes with him. Let me grab some of this. It's the Terra Rosa here. Again, a little bit of change there. Oh yeah, now I'm starting to feel the multiple colors happening there. That's what I was hoping for. That's what I want to do all across this thing, is have a whole bunch of kind of changey colors going on. I'll lighten up this too. A little bit of Terra Rosa in there. Let's see here. Let me hit the boots a little more with that. Now again, I'm just gonna, well, take some kind of a sponge here, whatever, just to get some of the paint off of this brush here. Terra Rosa. Some of our radiant yellow. And let's do a little bit more semi-dry brushy stuff here, but obviously a little bit tighter now. We've got ourselves a much smaller de facto filbert brush right here. Now, Halligan, don't blink, right? Don't, whatever you do, don't blink. Where did you go? It's easy for you to say. The idiot sculpted me with no eyelid, so I can't blink. I'm just like this all the time. Kind of hard to sleep when you can't blink. That's never, ever gonna get old, I don't think. Well, not for me anyway. Which is good. Of course, there was lots and lots of hijinks last night with all of our little hobbit friends. There were hobbits galore. And they were very cheeky. They were very cheeky little hobbitses indeed. So you can check out last night's stream. We'll certainly be making a highlight out of that. There was lots of hijinks going on. I'm gonna guess it'll here a little bit more of my. Ooh, that might be too much of the. Now let's see. It's a little bit of a real yellow pale there. Don't want these leathers to get too light. Also, too, it's gonna be time here very soon to move on to something else. We've been hitting that same area a lot. So I think we need to start shifting to something else. Like maybe we'll go back to the to his fur. start doing some stuff with that. Because raisins, let's do this smidge of smattering of light over there. Yeah, big thing is as many little different colors, changes, and such as we can create, just to make this thing a little more interesting. Otherwise it could be kind of boring if it's all just either grays or browns or whatever. There's a blending brush here. I knew there had to be one around somewhere. Good there. Alright, now let's let's not keep messing around with this. Let's start doing some stuff maybe with that fur. I might even just use this brush, at least at the start of it here. So again, just gonna squeegee some of that out of it so we don't have a whole bunch of our liquid on this brush. So there we go, brilliant yellow pale. I will might have to get some more of my radiant blue out here though. Now let me see what we can do over here. And that's, yeah, there we go. See, that's already much lighter. And that can now start to mix with some of those cooler blues that we put in there. There, look at that. So we didn't mix any colors. We're just putting straight up colors over the top, and they're mixing together, creating other colors. Instead of us having to work like crazy. Hashtag less work. Less is more and more is way too much, and not just paint, adds work. Yeah, think of it like that. There can be too much work as well. So I believe that was done in the winter of 2020. So yeah, I would say it's getting to be almost 3 years old. Much like the hype train cookie. And let's just put it this way. You don't want to get hit with one of these things. It will knock you unconscious. And I'm hoping to do some form of cookie decorating this holiday season. I don't think it'll be gingerbread. I would much prefer the nutmeg log recipe because I can actually really sculpt that stuff, whereas the gingerbread just kind of goes pfft, and it looks vaguely like something. Whereas when you use the nutmeg log recipe, I mean, it just looks, if you cut out a shape, it just looks like that shape. Yeah, Aramito, you get hit with that cookie, that's going to leave a mark, as they say. Yes, indeed. It is somebody who in Cub Scouts got hit in the forehead at close range with a Chips Ahoy cookie at very close range on end. That left a bruise that was there for about a month. So these cookies right there liable to cause some cranial injuries. Which does make them ideal as Christmas ornaments, though. They'll essentially be in unbreakable Christmas ornaments. They'll last longer than your tree. Yeah, let me get some more of my light on the legs here, too. Again, it happens mighty fast here. The Ear Beetle Usually you can actually watch the cookie decorating episodes. They're still they're saved as highlights. I did two of them. I think I did one on Christmas Eve and then one later on. Of course, also we've been painting our ornaments. We'll be doing that again too. I need tons of ornaments because I actually don't even have any here for myself. So yeah, check out the Christmas ornament painting. I think I'm going to start doing that around the Thanksgiving time there so that maybe I will have enough for a tree. What are we doing here? We're going to throw that this away here. Also there. I'm going to get a little bit of my light down there too. Now these crazy little rings, oh my gosh, they really get beat up by mold lines, that's for sure. Again, if you're gonna try and take the mold lines off of these, it's gonna be involved. So yeah, I don't think I have any of the cookies as scenes here, but I know I have the ornaments somewhere. Where's my ornaments? Here. Ornaments, Galadriel. They're around here somewheres. Nope, don't see them there. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. They must be around here, so because we showed them last night. There we go. Yeah, there's our Palantir ornament and our Mars ornament. We did Earth, we did the Moon. We always paint the Earth on New Year's Eve, of course. And we did Jupiter. Remember, we did Saturn. That one was very tricky, I'll have to say, doing that Saturn. That bridle needs to be a little lighter. Okay, so now I'm gonna come back in, I think, with some darks. Now that we've done a whole bunch of stuff with lighter tones, we're gonna come back now with some darks. Reinforce some edges, I think. More here. Now also I want to do something with the blue around now. Let me see if I can just grab maybe you and the Prussian blue and the radiant turquoise or turquoise, we like to say. Just shove that over here. Do it again. There. Then more of the Prussian blue around the outside. Darken that up. Now let's do something to make that his eye a little bit now lighter. Try this. Started off with the radiant turquoise. Okay, a little bit of our fast matte white in there. Actually, Grand Oracle, I've got to get me a tube of the fast matte white. Running really, really low on that, that's for sure. Alrighty. If I feel like I have to, I could try to darken that blue around the edges, but I think we're not doing too bad here. Nah, that's no good. We'll just change that back to what it was. Other one still can go lighter than this too, remember. Also the hand very far away right from that metal ferrule of the brush. Far away as we can be. Yeah, now it's, I think I'll just try and go with the fast matte white. In a few places, we're going to break this down. At least this time I sort of remembered to keep the thinner on it. That sort of helps again break it down. Let me see if I can get that little chunk of paint out. That's just going to be in there. So Halligan, haven't had a chance to try the Radiant White yet. That's something I've been trying to print out some things that I thought might work well for a demo on that. Because it's something I would like to compare to, well, at least the fast matte, the quick dry, I guess regular titanium. And actually it was, well, there's some Song of Ice and Fire stuff that I could use also. It would really be more about comparing the drying times than anything else. I mean, yeah, there'll be probably some little difference in opacity and stuff, but I think that the drying times will be the big thing. Let me see if I can lighten up his muzzle here. Like that. Maybe a bit, yeah, not that far down. Not that far down his muzzle. We'll stop right about here, maybe. Now, Halligan, have you had a chance to give that a try? I know a few people have. Some people do like it, that's for sure. More than one person has said, oh yeah, I like that. I can't remember which person has tried it and which persons haven't. Yeah, clearly it was a struggle for me just to remember that today was Friday and not Saturday. So, is it any wonder? More of that light this way. Maybe a little more over here. Maybe even a little bit to sneaking down there too. I'll just let that kind of, well, again, dry brush it onto his nose, let it mix there. Fine, I'll just hit these guys with some of the light here, just also now some there. I didn't want this to look too, well, nurgly, I guess. Didn't want that. So that's why I want to get at least some of the blue in there, but not too much of, like say, some of the greens, some of the yellows and such. Does everybody check out the Hobbit stream from last night? Again, there was all kinds of shenanigans happening last night. How much? I'm going to let that light work its way up a little bit further here then. I got always tip a blending brush to that and tone that down a little, but I think that does make a difference there. Now we don't need radiant green on the brush. just looking for the fast matte white. If anything, maybe a little of the brilliant yellow pale. Also, too, a mold line runneth through it, so we have to be thinking about those too. It's going to go this way. Again, that's even though it's just the white on the brush, that's not really how this is looking as it gets painted. Why? Because, well, it mixes with everything that's already on there. The pre-glaze, some of that secondary color that we added there too. Alright, I'm going to get another little area for my fast matte here, break some of that down. Get some of that here. Where's a blending brush? I'll just use this as a blending brush. Even though there might be a little bit of paint on there. Here, we'll just take that and smooth that right down. So again, this is from Song of Ice and Fire. These are one-piece plastic miniatures. Well, they are cast in multiple pieces, but by the time you get them, they've actually been glued together. Filing the mold lines can be tricky, and I actually have some videos on that, especially as part of the Patreon page. You'll need sanding sticks really to get rid of those. You want some that are more coarse, some that are much more fine grit. They are pretty much indestructible. They don't have, it's not like bones, old bones plastic with the droopy weapons or something like that, because those, anything that's, well, even like these horns there, or the sword, that's made out of a resilient, kind of more standard type plastic. Hey there, Flying Pin, how you doing? Nice to see ya. Made a little more light on that sword. There we go. Also here too. Well, hola there, Drug Tech. Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. And hopefully we got some hobbitses for you for tomorrow. Because since tomorrow is, well, it's already Saturday for you. It'll be sort of almost your Sunday, I guess. Hey, Laminas. Laminas, sorry I haven't had a chance to shoot you a message in a few days. I hope that you're doing really well. Everybody say hello to Laminas in the chat. I know there's a Megan in the chat. So Megan's got to be saying hello to Laminas. So fire away there, Laminas. I see that you have questions. So unfortunately, Laminas, I was just trying to type it the normal way, and there's no way for me to change that. Yeah, I cannot change that from here. I mean, maybe I can give it a shot. Let's see if we can. Yeah, I don't. Well, let me see here. What would that be? That would maybe this. Maybe that would be this. And let me see. I can't. Yeah, it's not going to let me change it, unfortunately. Can't do anything with it, sadly. So, yep, can't do nothing with that. Nope, Laminas, there's nothing there. That's just, it's going to be that way till the stream is over, then I can change it. So unfortunately, people will just have to kind of accept that. There's a whole bunch of things you can't do when you're actively doing the stream, and that is one of them. So yeah, unfortunately, the little window where you're typing that is really garbage because it shows you about 10 letters. So obviously, if your title is longer than 10 letters, if there's a mistake in there somewhere, you're not going to see it because you don't get to see the whole title. Let me just keep going here. More of my light there. Yeah, let me get a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale out here too. So Luminous, hopefully you've been able to get back to printing yourself. I've been working really hard doing that. Trying to print up as much as I can. We are months and months and months behind. Many months behind. Actually, that was the other thing I was doing today. I was literally just in my mini factory trying to track down, okay, have I even downloaded these yet or not? Well, Luminous, I hope that you're able to get that going. Get your printing up and running again. Again, none of this here. None of this here is rocket science. None of this is even paper airplane side. We're just trying to work some of our lights in here, but definitely have a little bit of difference in some of the color, right? That's why we got the blue in there. Now we got a little bit of our yellow in this. That's the brilliant yellow pale. Now, before I do too much on these horns here, I'm going to use that so I can just stick my hand on that for now. So Luminous, I've been trying to get that simple gray 2.0 or whatever version 2. I'm convinced that it has definitely some interesting properties to it, and I'm also very much convinced that it comes off the supports a lot easier than all of the other simple resins. Why it's $37 on the Soraya site and $27 on Amazon, I don't quite understand why, but I think I'm just going to have to keep on getting containers of that on Amazon until, well, that price, I guess, just kind of equalizes. No idea, Luminous. I went to buy it on Amazon, and the only one that was there was the gray 2.0. Then I looked at, no, actually, first I saw it on the Soraya site. What the heck is gray 2.0? Your guess is as good as mine. Don't know what's in it. All I know is that now that I've used it, it's easier to get the print off, among other things. The container is also different. Well, the bottle is the same, but instead of coming in the box with the foam around it, it's just a box. So at first I thought I was getting a smaller container. I went, what the heck is going on here? It's supposed to be a liter. No, I just instead of having all that extra stupid packaging around it with the foam, it's just the bottle in the cardboard with a little kind of a thing that holds it in place. All right. Well, this is certainly, well, 1 hour. 1 hour, 4 minutes. Now, I'm going to get me some of my indigo-ish type grays in here on him, because we already have plenty of the, might also use some of the Perlene Black. That's our dark green, not black. We did use, for our pre-glaze, The Mars Black from Gamblin this time, not from Williamsburg. So not only is that kind of changing, switching that color a little bit to something, again, more of a bluish gray, but it's also kind of softening up a few weird little dry brushy things. Now, I mean, here's a weird mold line. I mean, it's literally going through his cloak right there. Yeah, it's not meant to be I could actually, I guess, treat that as some kind of a stitching seam or something. But because they try to get these to be one-piece miniatures, there's going to be mold lines in bizarre places. Ah, okay. Well, that's not a problem around here. Maybe that's why it does look a little bit different too. The best way I can describe it is it looks much flatter. It looks more matte, whereas the other gray resin, I don't want to say it's shiny, but it definitely is not quite as matte as this stuff when it's dry and not even cured. So that's very curious. Again, I'm trying to vary the color here. We're probably going to get, again, some of our green onto this, but right now I'm putting some of this bluish gray here. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. I've got, I think I would put up, oh, yeah, tomorrow, right? Yeah, tomorrow I'll be putting up the 9th video for the month. I try to have 10 of them each month. So yeah, well, Luminous, they basically, well, they call all of their simple resins now water washable. They didn't used to. They did not used to call them water washable, but about, I want to say, 4-ish months ago, that's when I started to see them being called water washable, which was confusing as heck for me, because I never thought of them as water washable. Now I'm going to take this blending brush here. So yeah, Luminous, I've had, I had one that was soaking in, oh, the rubbing alcohol, Luminous. Yeah, it was weird. It was kind of semi-dissolved. And then it really, like you were saying, it cracked like crazy there. Let me throw a little bit more of that lighter gray right there. So yeah, it was one of those smaller pieces that just kind of got lost in the shuffle. And then I found it, and it was sitting in my vat of the rubbing alcohol, and it was sort of solid when it came out of there, sort of like those wooden ships when they drag those up from the bottom of the sea, and they just start to kind of disintegrate, like you said. I try not to have that happen too often. So again, I just always got in the habit of using a little bit of the rubbing alcohol. That's the 70%. I use it for cleaning my oil painting stuff anyways, so it's around. I use it for getting glue out of brushes. So since it's around, I use it for my resin. It's not the nasty 90% stuff or anything like that. Glad I don't have to deal with that anymore. Okay, just trying to find my... Some of my mid-tones here, not really the bright highlights yet, because we still have to come back in with some of those heftier darks. Let me see it. What the heck? I'm going to throw this over here. We'll grab our blending brush, and we'll just do that. More this way. Oh, no. I don't think I was tempted to put a little bit more up there, but I better use my dark for that. When in doubt, make things darker. That's it. So Lumines, would you say that basically all the new printers that come out now, they're all just going to end up being self-leveling? Because that does seem to be kind of the latest hotness or whatever, is the self-leveling printers. Definitely handy. I sure wouldn't hate that. I would not hate a self-leveling printer for sure. Let's see, so Bite the Bullet is doing a Lord of the Rings set for their September release. So Luminous, how many actual, I guess which ones are they doing? I'm guessing that it's kind of your usual Fellowship, right? Gandalf, and do they have a pincushion Boromir? That's my question. That is the thing that I'm most after, is pincushion Boromir. I know that I think Printing Goes Ever On did one, and I think maybe Kurzlook did one. So yeah, Luminous, if you wouldn't mind, sorry to ask you a favor there, but if you could just shoot me that in an Instagram message, because that'll serve as a bit of a reminder for me. Because otherwise I'll probably forget. So it's pretty much the Fellowship then, maybe a Galadriel 2, probably a Sauron, probably a Saruman. I need to get some of this back down into some of our little skelly friends here, where some of the basing material got into the eyes is here. So typically, I think when somebody does Lord of the Rings, it's usually your 9 fellowships, Sauron, Saruman, Galadriel. So usually about 11-ish or so figures, maybe a dozen. Now sometimes I know Clay Cyanide, they did a Balrog. I know the RN Studios did actually I think 2 different Lord of the Rings sets. We have some of them here. Now, yeah, we did Aragorn. We did, I'm pretty sure the Saruman is also from RN Studios. And then our Galadriel was too. Oh, she's way over here. Yeah, that was our, yep, that's from RN Studios there. So again, just trying to tighten up some edges here while we're at it. And it's only a little over an hour. 1 hour, 14 minutes. I'm not saying, I'm just saying maybe give the oils a try. Maybe get those miniatures done a little faster. So there's some orcs. Now, Luminous, how does their scale typically run? Because I might have printed out 1 Bite the Bullet miniature and that's it. I think I've gotten maybe a couple of layers. I mean, it's not like I would hate having a subscription to bite the bullet. They do some really nifty stuff for sure. Nah, that's not quite where I wanted that to go. We need a little bit more solid of an edge around the stirrup there. Yep, Laminesse usually Laminesse going large. That'd be fantastic there, Laminesse. I think I have, you know what? I think I have a whole bunch of their stuff actually in the My Mini Factory cart that I just never had a chance to get. Oh, mix a little bit of the indigo with the Mars Black. And again, that is the Mars Black. Not from Williamsburg this time, but instead from Gamblin. So Aaron Banel, something that has a cloak. Actually, well, now minus the object source lighting, of course. But actually things like this, because you can see big open areas where you can do your blending. See, even here too, so that's relatively simple. So obviously maybe skip the object source lighting, but definitely something that's kind of got open surfaces, big flat surfaces, things like cloaks. I mean, even here too. 1 second, there we go. So that's a nice open surface, right? You've got all those Reaper Bones miniatures, those would work. And also, the other thing I suggest is that maybe you just do a black and white study. You take, well, this is Van Dyke Brown and Brilliant Yellow Pale. So instead of something like this, there's some colors in it, you just do something like this. Also, as always, I strongly recommend doing these color charts. So you just take some of your lighter colors, your most common ones. Always have the titanium white as kind of the control mechanism there. And then you get the chance to see, you can see if it's more staining, you can see if it's more opaque. You can see if it's got a little bit more of a grit to it, if it's shiny. Now, boy, Laminesse going back a long ways with Bite the Bullet. Now, Bite the Bullet's always been kind of interesting. It has a little bit, just a hint of some stylization to it. Not a ton, but just a little bit. And actually, Laminesse, I was printing out some Moonlight minis earlier today. Just with ReaperCon coming up, and maybe I could paint 1 or 2 of those or something like that. While Moonlight Minis is at ReaperCon, maybe that might give them. I think they're trying to do a contest as well. So I'm going to be shooting them a message saying, "Hey, I printed these out. I'm going to try and be doing these while ReaperCon is going on." So yeah, Aaron Banel, you definitely don't want to do something, well, here, well, we'll find something maybe is very, very intricate here. Well, maybe something like, here we go. Yeah. Maybe this not your first oil-painted miniature. Maybe you leave something like that. Oh, and also, too, My Mini Factory, they have a different version of this. We painted this up forever ago. I did download another version of this, so I'll try and get this one printed up, and well, we can paint that. I think I'll maybe do a multi-part episode on that. That would be very fun. So Halligan can confirm a little bit of stylization, sort of like, well, Arna Studios is some stylized. Who else does well, Artisan Guild, there was some stylized there. I mean, there's even Moonlight Minis, that's another one where they're very stylized. And again, well, Arena Studios, here's another one. There she is. So even you could say the Arena Studios is stylized. It's just a little bit heavier. The face is actually a lot like the old Werner clock faces. Now, I always did like those because it was very easy to get some expression on the faces. And you could do a lot with the eyes. Now here again, see, instead of doing more with the highlights, they're trying to come back in here with my darks, at least for right now. I mean, even the clay cyanide figs, those had a hint of being stylized. That's what I always liked. Well, things say Artisan Guild, the ones that were a little different, that had a little bit of the stylized nature to them. And then, of course, we even did army paintings, a couple of those with Artisan Guild figures. So Arambino Freebooter Miniatures is still going strong, right? I know he had a pirate game or something like that with his figures. Speaking of ReaperCon, we still have many Werner Clock Reaper miniatures. Yeah, Laminus, that's the fun thing about them, right? That just it looks a little bit different than everything else that you see. All right, here's a bit of our green there. That's why I like that. Lost Kingdoms is more of the realistic type thing, but they tend to have much more fantastical creatures. Then you've got Monster Mini Mayhem. They tend to be more on the realistic side, but they really like their fantastical creatures even more. Titan Forge is another one that's kind of semi-stylized. It's like 90% very realistic, and then there's that other bit of stylization. I'm going to hit you, and a little more over here. So that was almost a bit of a pin line wash, but of our darker green. I have to get some more light there too. I think so. Yeah, let's do that here. Nutshell Ultia, that's another one that I really like. I just printed out some more of those for some other videos. So those are very, very nice. If I could get every single one of theirs, I would do that. That would be a little bit prohibitive though, so we don't. But let me the Nutshell Ultia. I think I could probably still use a little bit more dark on his nose there. I'm going to use my blending brush here. Pull that to either side. What have we here? Yeah, let's do that. Maybe a little bit on the edge of that. Same thing there on his knee. So that's a little bit of the indigo mixed with the brilliant yellow pale. Back to this little bit of kind of Terra Rosa mix here. That's better. Yeah, that part really gets juiced by a mold line. More my light here. Yeah, let me see if I can't. I think it's been a little while now since we've been working on this bit of leather. I'm going to see if I can't get a little more of my yellowish color into that. Let's throw a bit more of my lighter yellow into this. Two up there. Again, my mold line, just kind of doing some things to it. So there, I'm going to take my blending brush. Just you see, stuck the lighter color there. Mr. Blending Brush comes along. Good enough. And let me throw a little bit more of my light over there. More of the radiant yellow, I suppose, and make it a little more yellow. I also don't want this to be too close to what I was doing up there on the horns. I have to try and get some more texture on the horns too, but that will be later. Might still need to be sticking my fingers on those, so that's why I'm not really going to do those too much right now. I'm going to leave those kind of almost for last. Actually, well, among the Lord of the Rings sculptors, well, Diwali probably the least stylized. Printing goes around probably the most stylized. Medbury, a little bit on the stylized end as well. Kurzlik has kind of wandered from something a little more stylized to something that's, well, more towards the realistic side of things. As in really no stylization at all. And even with cast miniatures too. Well, obviously this is done by Big Child Creatives. Big Child Creatives, they tend to not have a whole lot of stylization. They tend to be kind of much more on the realistic side of things. And that's just how Big Child Creatives is. They've sculpted a lot of really nifty stuff besides the Song of Ice and Fire miniatures. I need a little more of a light edge on this here. Get that, yeah, maybe I'll go a little stronger with some of my lights on the ends of the boots there. That Terra Rosa. Yeah, I might throw a little bit of my, a little bit, not a lot of it of the, that's my violet there, the Egyptian violet's going to go in here. Now, there's also going to be snow on the base as well, so I have to factor that in as I work with these here. Getting a little bit of this same reddish color, believe it or not, on these skulls there. So yep, this is 89 minutes and 50 seconds or plus. Also this. So this also was, we've been working on this too. So yeah, that's, well, now it's 90 minutes and 1 second. So Aura, how the heck are you doing? Great to see you again as always. I hope that you're doing real well. Happy Saturday to you. Of course, it wasn't long ago that I would have said happy Sunday because I thought it was Saturday here all day long. It wasn't until just before the stream that Armored Wolf said, no, it's not Saturday. I said, well, that certainly makes a bunch more sense. So for those who think I too would like to have very large Song of Ice and Fire miniatures, very complex like this, to this stage in 90 minutes, maybe the oil thing could be something you might want to try. Want to sample that. So Aura, I hope that things are going well painting-wise. Well, first of all, I hope you're having the time to paint, because sometimes life does not allow for such things. Hey there, Ryan. How you doing? So, Ryan, if you wanted to, well, speaking of getting a bunch of miniatures done in a short time, if you could post your Witcher miniatures and then let folks know about, maybe a hint as to how long those took you to do. But you've been smoking your way through those. So yeah, if you could please post those, and then everybody please check out what Ryan is about to post there with those Witcher miniatures, all done with the oils. And again, I hope folks don't mind me asking them to post their miniatures, especially if they were done with oils, because that way people really do get a good chance to see what's possible with them. Believe it or not, I'm actually using my my green right there. The Aura with the Daz Air Dry Clay. Boy, that Aura, I wonder if I should mess around with that with the NIDs. That and the basing bits. Kind of like how I did with the Savannah bases, where I used the Daz Air Dry Clay just to create a little bit of a platform for all those basing bits. So that might be an interesting idea there, Aura. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that Ryan posted. So Ryan, thanks for doing that. Appreciate that. I know every time you come in here, I'm always the first thing I do is ask you to post your link there. Hopefully it doesn't get annoying there. It's just super, super helpful. Yeah, Lamanessa Ritual Casting. I've been meaning to ask you about them, if they're, because I keep forgetting that now that they have a My Mini factory, or that they kind of have their own, like, well, Make It Epic basing and such. I've been meaning to ask you about Ritual Casting, because I think I've tried to print up a few of theirs to also use as subject matter for some tutorial videos. I have to get that fletching a little bit lighter there, I think. So everybody please check out the Instagram link that Ryan posted. Again, done with the oil paints. That gives you an idea what's possible. So please go check that out and say lots of nice things to Ryan. Be like Helligan. Let me see. That is okay. That's darker than I thought it could be there. That's not too bad. I might hit that with the light again, but then here, let me just a little bit more to darken there. Let me see if we can sort of retexturize this a little bit with some of our dark there. Well, hopefully that all works out. Or, that sounds like a very nifty plan for sure. Actually, hey, Laminas, if I was to take the old clear resin that's no good for printing, but I think maybe I threw that away. I had a jug of the old clear resin that would have been no good for printing. I was wondering if I could just put that in a container and then just maybe try and flash cure that somehow. Is that something that I could actually then just kind of break apart to use as, well, things like ice sheets? It's that curing of it because it would have to be a little bit thicker than just, well, a tiny little thin line. So again, everybody, please check out the link that Ryan posted. All right, let me see if I can get a little bit more of my lighter Terra Rosa down here. Also over here. For funsies, I'm actually going to take some of that radiant magenta and mix that in with our Terra Rosa here. It's not going to look like it's magenta on the figure. It's just going to look like another sort of brownish gray almost. Throw a little bit of that over here too. Thank you so much, Mystic Blue Cougar. I appreciate that. And along comes a Gandalfax and he says, okay, this is getting ridiculous. I am the king of horses here. I mean, yeah, so he's like an elk, but twice my size. I think we got scale creep here. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Mystic Blue Cougar. Well, Gandalf appreciates it too, even though Shadowfax always gets very stunned whenever he comes along and sees these gigantic, well, either the Conquest figures or these guys here. I know that Conquest, they say their figures are 38 mil. Yeah, also Lord of the Rings says that their figures are 28 mil and sometimes they're like 22 mil. So it's a little bit of a fib, I would say. Not believing that. I think they're a little bit larger than what they say. Just like, Warlord always said, oh, our tanks are all they're all 150 scale. No, actually, well, the tank might be, but any crew or tank commander or anything like that just happens to be 148 scale. So if they were, again, sometimes the scale game is, you have to analyze it closely and be willing to really look at it and go, yeah, that's definitely bigger or smaller than what they're saying. As I lighten up a little bit there. So Mr. Blue Cougar, thank you so much for joining us here. Oh, actually, speaking of our hobbitses, we were painting hobbitses last night. Where's our other guy here with his pumpkin and carrots? So we were painting. We did 3 little hobbitses. Our Saturday stream is going to also contain more hobbitses. I think I got 6 more of them all prepped and ready to go. Thank you so much, Megan. Yeah, I guess he has glowing blue eyes, and I found several different images that kind of show his fur as being almost kind of weird, sickly white like this. So it seemed like it would be fun to do. So why not? And Megan, glad that you've been able to get figures prepped over there. And everybody, please give Megan Paints a follow. Megan is hoping to get back into the streaming thing soon. So everybody, please give Megan a follow so that when she does, you'll be all set. Again, this almost has a wee bit of magenta in it. So thanks, Megan. Yeah, I wasn't quite so sure what to expect from this one because I didn't get a chance to really look at any sort of references at all until right before I started streaming. So I basically saw like this image and the one, well, the other one I saw obviously on the card art, but all the web images that I found, I only saw those, I don't know, maybe 35 minutes before the stream tops. Not even that long. Thank you so much, Mystic Blue Cougar. Appreciate that. We have, well, we do a lot of Lord of the Rings stuff here. Lots of that. Where's my base for the... Here it is. So we did the palanquin for the Dragon Emperor, and that was the base that we did for it. And then we painted the palanquin and the Dragon Emperor too. Here's some of our, just a tiny sampling of our Song of Ice and Fire stuff. All of these guys painted on stream. We had a blast doing these Greyjoys right here. And where's my... Oh yeah, they are. We painted these guys on stream, among many other things there. Again, the Starfall Outriders, sand dunes sculpted with desert dry clay, and then the palm trees and the palm leaves. Those were 3D printed, because of course they were. We love our 3D printing. We have lots of 3D printed bits on his base too, which is right about that his base, and then the little movement tray that turns the circle into a square. Now, Mega, is there anything that really kind of strikes your fancy? I know you're prepping a bunch of things. Was there something that kind of just spoke to you? Maybe a color scheme you saw and you said, oh, I could do it like this. Hopefully so. I'm going to maybe try and get some of that magenta reddish color on the horns too. Then of course, well, we did all the hero hobbits, and now I have printed these guys on little ponies. So he's like, ooh, I thought the Nazgul were bad. Dude, you got some bad breath there. He's like, seriously, I can just eat you with like one bite. I am that big, you know? It's like, but that's my personality. Let me see. I'm going to throw a little bit of the radiate yellow, and then all of a sudden now it's starting to look an awful lot like the skin tone of our hobbits is from last night. I'll thin it down a smidge more. Not that edge, maybe this edge here. What about these crazy, whatever these are, they're just dangling here. Yes, we could, I think we can get some highlight along the edge of this now. Remember, we actually put some Egyptian violet into this dark over here. I think it was Egyptian violet and Van Dyke brown. It's an interesting combo, definitely very dark. We say that all the time, right? You're looking for something interesting in your dark. So if you have a green cloak, maybe some kind of deep red in the shadows there. Thank you so much, Aaron Bano. Appreciate you being here as always. Thank you so much. Now, hopefully we see it tomorrow when we have more of those hobbitses. like a Bilbo Bananigans here. And we got this guy. We're doing some climbing on a log, and this guy here protecting his veggie tables right there. He says, "You don't mess with my produce." And I think, oh, that's right. There was the guy in the cornfield with the pitchfork, and speculating if that might have been Farmer Maggot. Again, that's my almost skin tone color there. Leather is skin, so not the worst thing in the world. You know what? Let me throw a couple little. That's it, but now I'm gonna go back the other way. Where's my indigo here? And that. I'll have to lighten up the a little bit more of the fletching. I'm going to try and do a little pin line on some of this. Ooh, there's a crazy little heart edge here. I'm going to take my blending brush to this. Might have actually, it might have been a raid just as I positioned that there. Look at that. Look at that. I may not know what day it is, but I do know when there's a raid coming, and that would be from Dr. Rhino. Dr. Rhino, how you doing? There's a doctor in the house. Everybody please give Dr. Rhino a follow. Thank you for that raid. Oh, we also have another doctor. That's Dr. Darko. Thanks, Elite. So we have Viral Lurk. Hey, Spark Minis, how you doing? And Agusaku, great to see you back too. So a Sweeter Spy, nice to see you. So if everybody could please give a few folks some follows. I give Dr. Rhino a follow, but also give Spark Minis a follow. So Dr. Rhino, Spark Minis, if you guys, again, want to post anything in the chat, things you've been working on, not necessarily like the stream you just finished, unless you're going to hustle off to the photo booth. But everybody, please, again, give Dr. Rhino and Spark Minis a follow. So this is from Song of Ice and Fire. We started this 1 hour and 48 minutes ago. Yeah, this was just primer. And to kind of give you an idea of scale and size. So there's Gandalf on Shadowfax. So this whole big dude here, start to finish so far, 1 hour, 48 minutes. Here's a typical Song of Ice and Fire unit. So on the infantry side of things, we painted all of these guys up on stream, actually with some TMM there. All done with the oil paints, traditional oil paints right out of the tubes. Some Starfall Outriders, again, all painted on stream too. We also painted a unit of knights. Those were very fun. But last night, oh, we were having ourselves a blast with a little bit of Hobbit goodness here. Thank you so much, Painting Dad. Oh, look at this. Spark your ganja and hello, little hobbits. There you go. And along comes a Gandalf, and he says, well, what was the big old elk dude? It's like, oh, we sent him away, man. He was stomping on all of our corn stuff. It's like, seriously, wow, that's great. It's like, so you're still convinced that letting Sauron go is a good idea? It's like, yeah, what the heck could he do? He's like, I don't know, burn down the Shire. Thank you so much, Painting Dad. Appreciate that. So that's, oh my goodness. So here's the actual, this is the card here for ColdHands. Okay, that is what we're painting right here. Again, that is from Song of Ice and Fire. Let me move this over here, maybe. So Spark Mini's doing some push-ups for some donations. Well, that's fantastic. Let's see, 2K for 2K charity show more of a miniature frontier channel. Well, that's very cool, Spark Minis. Now, Spark Minis, hopefully you've been able to advance on those Tyranids, right? Was that from the Indomitus box that you were putting together there on stream a little bit ago? Oh, and now, by the way, here's this little movement tray that goes with them here. We added some basing bits here. Those, again, are from Make It Epic Basing, like these guys right here. So there you go. Love the Make It Epic Basing stuff. I mean, it really adds a ton. I mean, here's a tale of two Galadriels. So there's your Dark Queen Schmaladriel. Again, with some 3D. These actually, everything is 3D printed. The miniatures and then also the basing bits. Again, those are from Make It Epic Basing. Dark Queen Schmaladriel and regular Queen Galadriel. So again, anything anybody wants to share there, and again, give those folks a follow if you could. So like I said, yeah, 1 hour 51 minutes ago, these things were just basically gray primer, and that's it. We did our usual pre-glaze, darker oil colors, take the makeup sponges, wipe some of it away, or in some cases most of it, or in some cases hardly any. And then going back in and, well, doing some mid-tones. We changed around some colors, got some blue-ishness into the shadow there. Hey there, DiMarino, nice to see ya. So well, that's coming up pretty soon, Spark Mini. That's not that far away. So DiMarino, if you wanted to post any of your historicals and stuff there in the chat, again, I hope that you've been doing really well. Aura, that was something that I was going to get. It was kind of dicey considering that Armored Wolf and I have found better stuff just on my mini factory. Then for the $101 price tag and the 180 days, I think we, like you, decided to take a bit of a pass. A bit of a miss, I think. Is that how that would be said? Yeah, we're doing a bit of a miss on that thing. Because that was, yeah, that was not as grand as you would think for, what, $101. And we had talked about there's a lot of chunkiness to that. You would expect it to be a little more elegant given the fact that some of the, well, I don't know, here. You know, this is a it's about a 22-year-old sculpt right here. This has more elegance to it. That's an old metal Eowyn figure right there. Yeah, that's got more elegance to it than the brand new figures. So said, nah, not doing that. So yeah, it just it's not terribly inspirational, would you say, Aura? Which is a shame because, well, us MESBG players were looking forward to that, but, well, it's what it is, right? So yeah, Grand Aura, that's very disappointing to say the least, because I was looking forward to something like that. Then saw what it looked like, saw how much they wanted, and then the 6 month time lag there. I said, nope. Especially, again, the Armored Wolf. Just did a quick 5-minute search on my mini factory and found stuff that was way better. I mean, I think maybe because they wanted to try and have the Nazgul be removable. But even then, I mean, you saw my Eowyn is removable. And it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't have that weird look to it. And for it to even have the layer lines too, that is That's well, let's see. We're gonna have to. I know we have fail cast for GW. We'll have to come up with yet another new term, kind of the equivalent of fail cast, just for this. We'll need to. Well, Grand Oracle will set you to work. Since Chris is not here, all the puns are up to you, Grand Oracle. No, oh, sorry about that, Grand Oracle. There you go. So that's I never even bothered looking at it close enough to see those layer line, and that's good. It's painted too, right? I mean, if you can see those on the painted version, it's got to be even worse than we think. Well, that goes from a hard pass to a a even more emphatic nope. Not doing that. You know what? Here, let me just chuck a little bit more of my lighter stuff here on some of these little skelly friends. Take our blending brush to it here. So Elite, yes, I'm guessing that tomorrow's stream, the Saturday stream, should have lots and lots and lots of jocularity because of some hobbitses. They will be very tricksy indeed, doing hobbit stuff. Yeah, Grand Oracle, what would you say? They drank their own Kool-Aid and put on the robe, and that killed him. Blending brush again. I mean, when you look at basically any one of my usual, almost said Song of Ice and Fire, but my usual Lord of the Rings 3D or digital sculptors there, I mean, even their stuff wouldn't be that quite so slapdash. So yeah, Elite, I've got I think 3 of them that are all prepped and ready to go. No, sorry, about 6 of them, maybe 7. Again, the stream can't go too late tomorrow because Sunday morning is very, very, very early. Early wake-up call. Yeah, and Grand Oracle, did you see he went, I think it's Dark Knight Miniatures now or something like that, or Black Knight Miniatures, yeah. It's Black Knight Miniatures now. But it was Dark Lord Miniatures. But he finally posted somewhere, I think maybe in a sneaky different My Mini Factory thing where only patrons could see it. All of the miniatures that, well, I didn't get to download because GW shut him down. So at least now I have those files. Because that was very disappointing there. I mean, that's kind of why printing goes ever on. It takes the approach that he does. I mean, everything these days is all just going to be designed digitally, so... But you would think that they would... Well, again, that's kind of how they treat Lord of the Rings. Alright, let me... I'm going to get a little bit, not just lighter up here, but also all fur texture, because reasons. There. Like so. And again, by the way, we're just about to hit the 2-hour mark. 2 hours ago. This had no paint on it at all. I'm just saying. Many wondrous things are possible with the oils. check a couple of those lights there. We'll take, once again, our blending brush to it here. So Spark Minis, that was going to be a long birthday stream. I don't know, was it going to be a 24-hour stream? And I torment and tease people all the time about, yeah, they're going to do a 72-hour stream with no breaks or anything. But I do believe it's going to be a long stream for you. I need to catch a couple little lights up here. We got a whole bunch of dark. Just working around things like the horns. Which now I think I can maybe start to get some more lights back onto these again. Because I'm not going to be sticking my finger on those quite so often, I think. Blending brush. Look at that. I could do a whole bunch of layers there, or I could just do that. Hashtag no layers. Maybe not advisable in winter time outside, but here with the oil paints, highly advisable. And I hit that a little bit more here. Again, take the blending brush to it. And again, see, you got the spatter there from the pre-glaze. If you don't want the paint getting on your hands, that's very simple. We all have the nitro gloves, right, from printing and, well, other things. You can always just put those on your hands, or about 2 minutes tops with warm water and dish soap, and then it'll all be gone. I'm almost tempted to try and do a little bit of a warm green in some areas here. However, that's gonna kind of nurgly that up, and I don't think we want to make it more on the nurgle side. So thanks Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. The completed Army Painting Series 38. That will be going up on the Patreon page most likely tomorrow. Either that or Sunday morning. You do that $15 Army Painter pledge. You are getting every video that I've ever done over the last 10 years. Gotta be, if it's not 1,500 hours worth of videos, it's gotta be close to it. If you've binged all of your Netflix and everything else, you can check that out. Thank you so much, Al, again. And I try to do new stuff all the time. New materials, new approaches. It's not just, okay, here is the 10th video on how to paint the exact same non-metallic metal. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Now, that does lead to some mirth and humor as well, because there's times where I have no idea what to expect, and let's just say sometimes there's surprises. So Aura, I'm going to be doing both. Remember, I had to 3D print the basing bits for him first. And if you recall, Aura, we wanted to take the whatchamacallit there, the interference colors, especially for certain parts of the carapace, to do that. So that is that series is coming. Again, I had to be at least be able to print out the bits for it, the basing bits, that is. Because we haven't done too much stuff with the interference colors in a while. Although I have some arch-villain miniatures that I printed out today that are sort of like these butterflies or dragonflies or something like that. And something tells me those will also be interesting for interference colors. Those I would probably just do on stream. And that one, that's right, the Dark Sword Dragon, we posted the final episode of that the other day. As I add a little more light there, and then take the blending brush to this. I'm hoping to do that. In September. Let me see. Yeah, I got the Howling Griffins. Those are done. So where the heck did they go? Here we go. We just finished off this series right here with the Howling Griffins. That was a challenge. Ooh, that was one heck of a challenge. Let me throw a bit more of my white here. This leg there, a little skelly friend down here. That'd be fantastic there, Grand Oracle. And of course, 6 new dragons arrived, and I might, that's something I might try to do maybe tomorrow. It's just a little bit of an assembly video on those. Like we did with the other ones. So again, instead of a whole bunch of layers there, I just took that lighter color and I'm just going to spread that around here. That is the easy way. That is definitely the easy way. And the oil paints that we're using here, they're literally just right out of the tube. No weird alkyds or mediums or anything like that. I use a very high quality odorless thinner, of which I do not use much. This is it. It's a water bottle cap. That's it for the whole night. For cleaning brushes, don't use thinner. That's for thinning paint. This will clean your brushes also of dried acrylic and oils. Non-hazardous, no vapor. So whenever folks they express concern about the solvents and smells and everything, I say, well, first of all, if you're using a high quality thinner, there really shouldn't be any smell. And if you're using that tiny amount, also, guess what? Not a whole bunch of smell. And of course, yeah, in cheeky Hobbit style, we do our best so that people can never get fully caught up. They start making some progress. They think, aha, I'm going to get them. And then all of a sudden, a flurry of videos comes out, and they're thrown back into chaos again. Actually, yeah, Grand Oracle, basically, well, that's why I'm glad there's so many of them. Because, well, because I don't necessarily have, obviously, for everybody, enough Dark Sword figures to go around, but I thought, well, if somebody got themselves a red dragon or a blue dragon or a white dragon, maybe that would be okay for, and we talked about this before, right? You know, substituting for a couple of just the regular small figs. Having a nice big old dragon. which ultimately, if it was going to be 3-4 Dark Sword miniatures or the dragon, the box wouldn't be all that different in size. See you later there, Halligan. Thanks so much for being here, of course. So yeah, Grand Oracle, that was my hope, was that people be okay. And again, instead of like, well, here's 3 or 4 Dark Sword figs, what about a big old dragon? Or a mid-sized dragon and a figure 2 or something like that, some kind of combination thereof. And that's why I was glad that there was more dragons. So now we can pretty much go a dragon per person. Especially if the persons are in the US, for sure. Now, let me see if I can, right on that top edge, get that a little lighter. Same up here. Yeah. I don't want to do too much on the base, because if I really make that too light, well, that's going to be troublesome when the snow gets there. We have to factor in there's going to be the crushed glass snow here. I mean, obviously, the reason I like to send the multiple figs is that way I make that kind of honeycomb interior in the box, and it's literally like sending several boxes all glued together for extra strength. Give me a little bit of this, well, radiant green, pearline black. That's going to go in a couple of places here. The straps for the sword scabbard. Can you see this here? I'm just going to chuck a little bit of that. Again, that's that lighter grayish green. Not that he's going to be green. It's just, again, it's another little color change there. Well, it definitely does, Grand Oracle. All that really is a massive help. Yeah, especially since there's yet another house repair that I'm going to have to do that we were hoping to put off. I mean, it's not a colossal expensive one, but it's kind of a safety thing in a weird way. Have to find a type of kitchen flooring that's going to be really easy to put down in no time flat. Because the flooring that my brother and I put down there 30 some odd years ago, well, it's very easy to trip over that now because some of the pieces have little edges sticking up. It was never meant to last that long. This is really, we thought we could maybe get 15 decent years out of it, maybe 20. Grand Oracle, I've been in this house long enough to see 3 kitchen floors. Yeah, the one that Tom and I did was actually the 3rd floor put in the kitchen. When Kathy came down here, she said, "Why are these doors so short?" I said, "It's because the floors are so tall." Yes, indeed. Been through at least all of the walls being either painted or having wallpaper or paneling torn down at least twice. Now, we did a new roof in 2018. Yeah, I think it was 2018 we did a new roof. So that is very current. There's been a lot of, actually, I think I've been through at least 3 water heaters in this house. Let's get some light. I think that actually is supposed to be sort of like a little bit of armor on his hand there. So yeah, once you get down to about the 3rd floor, and we also put underlayment on this 3rd one, so that made it even taller. That's going to make my job, that's what's going to make it easier, is that the underlayment is totally fine. It's just the tiles, they're old and they're cracking, and we just need to get rid of those. And the space is not that big, so the expense shouldn't be too bad, especially if I just kind of, again, get something that's not, it's not going to be anything luxurious, that's for sure. I don't need luxurious, I just need something that's not going to kill me. So Grand Oracle, a little bit of a historical, well, kind of like a little bit of a home archaeology there. Let me see if I can get a little more of my light down there. Also on this skelly friend too. Now remember, we went in. I might do a little bit more of that. We took the, oh, I think it was this brush here, something like that, and we put some indigo in there and a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale. I'll do that. Let me try some more of that here. Again, that's the indigo, the brilliant yellow pale. Part of this, remember, there's going to be that snow here. And with that crushed glass snow, we want it to be reflecting some of that sky color back up onto our critter right here. Let me. I'm going to take my dark here, and it's mostly just Van Dyke Brown, a little bit of the Mars Black, and again, we're using the Mars Black this time around from Gamblin. So Grand Oracle, we won't have quite that sort of differential here, but I would say it would be at least 10 times. And we're just talking about a little bungalow here. Just a typical Chicago style bungalow. Now I'm going to darken that down a little bit, maybe even give him some individual chompers here. Around his eye, I'm kind of tempted to take a little more of my Prussian blue. Whoops, no, a little more than that. If this doesn't work out, I can always change it back, but I just want to make this a teensy bit darker. And that might be it. See, now the eye looks more like it's glowing. Actually, I got to go one level lighter there, maybe. Actually, Grand Oracle, I'll shoot you some messages. You will be absolutely shocked at the similarity of the timelines. I mean, you will be absolutely stunned and amazed by that. So yeah, I'll shoot you a message tomorrow and fill you in on the timeline there, because you might say, you got to be kidding me. All right, there's a weird, crazy edge there. Oh, get some of this. Man, look at that. I just took some of the same Indian yellow stuff that we put on the horns, which we'll be getting up to the horns in a jiffy here. So Ryan, yep, I'll be using that. I mean, I still have some. I don't know if I have any of the secret weapon heavy. No, sorry, realistic water, whatever that was, the stuff that they used for the snow. I just actually got a new container of that, Ryan, because the other one, you know how I say every time I use it, I say, well, kind of get a smaller container and just use it up faster instead of having a big one that's around forever. Because, yeah, that bigger container, the stuff that's in there is just really hard to use. Hey there, Bithron. Everybody, please check out Bithron's link there. So Bithron, your conquest stuff looking very, very, very good. Just so glad that you've been enjoying that. Well, also the bolt action too. So painting tentacle, the ones that, well, there's the printing goes ever on. That was actually the very first one. There's Diwali. Then there's Kerr's Look. Then there's Medbury Miniatures. Now he also does historicals. Then you've got, well, some of the newer ones like Dandelions and Middle Earth. And that's another nice one. I'll be trying to paint up some of their stuff too. I have some of it printed. I might actually try and reprint some of it there. Well, Bithron, hopefully, well, I'm hoping that your plastic glue was very strong and there was not a whole lot of breakage. I know that's probably too much to hope for. I'm trying to think of whether there was one Dark Lord Miniatures, but they kind of don't exist anymore. And then, of course, every so often you'll have other companies that do not Lord of the Rings minis. Actually, Monster Mini Mayhem does that, or Mini Monster Mayhem does that. I think even Titan Forge has every so often kind of done some figures that, shall we say, look very Lord of the Rings like. Arena Studio, Clay Cyanide. Those tend to just be things like the Fellowship or your most common named characters and not really, well, armies. Well, that's not as bad as I was thinking you were going to say there, Bithron. So glad it's not too horrible. And hopefully that's something that's not too much of a hassle to fix. As now we're going to get to the horns on this guy. Again, it's not even 2.5 hours in. And when we start, and we're also too, we've been working on the movement tray as well, not just the miniature. So yep, Grand Oracle mentioned Arena Studio, Clay Cyanide. Again, even Titan Forge every so often. And then Mini Monster Mayhem. They did a Balrog. They did all those really nifty trolls that were basically Lord of the Rings trolls. There we go. Now we're starting to get a little bit of the texture now into those. So they've got your Fellowship. They've got a Saruman. And we did a bunch of those. I think they also did a Sauron, yes. And I think they have a Balrog. He's, again, very, very stylized. Not all that big. Oh, gosh. I forget what they call him, Grand Oracle. Oh, geez. Is it Against the Shadows, I think? That's the kind of the title of those particular releases. I think it goes up to Against the Shadows Volume 4, but there's really only 3 releases. Something weird like that. It's like it says Volume 4, but there's not 4 actual volumes. Oh, and there you go. See, Grand Oracle, great minds think alike. If mimes do that much thinking. Now we'll get some on the top there. Yeah, let's do that. Now, see, it's very confusing, right, Grand Oracle? To say the least. Now, again, you're just trying to tuck in some texture there. Well, let me do the same over here, too. Fortunately, the mold lines weren't too bad on this. And remember, The Song of Ice and Fire minis, they're one piece. Yes, indeed, mimes are terrible things to waste. Don't want to waste those mimes. Here, let's do maybe not on that. I'm gonna let that be darker there. We don't have to highlight every bit of texture all along the entire length of his antlers here. Now that is a little bit too much right there, so we'll get rid of some of that. Oh, actually, Grand Oracle, that's what I forgot to snag. I'm going to have to get me some of that tomorrow. Well, let's put it this way. The medicine cabinet is looking real shallow right now. Yeah, it's looking a wee bit on the empty side, so we need to refill that medicine cabinet just a bit tomorrow. It's a little bit shy of some of our favorite medicines, which again we don't enjoy. They're only for the good of the stream. I'm gonna take some of this still and see if I can't get that right over here. Also, boy, they really like having these wrappings here. I swear it's almost like the wrappings are the new version of buckles. Remember, everything had buckles because ZBrush must have had, literally, we called it the buckle brush. And that's all it did, was just do endless buckles. That's what we would call, buckle golems. That's what we would call them. They were miniatures with 1,000 buckles on them. It would take these people would die, or they would certainly get caught or whatever, because it would take them 3 years to do up all those buckles just to be able to walk around. I mean, a few, okay. 40 dozen of them on a 28 mil fig might be a little more excessive than people think. I'm just saying. I think we've gotten that heel good enough. The cloak here. Let me see if I can't go back at that with indigo. And again, that's the Gamblin Mars Black. This is going to be more of a dry brushy type thing. Even though it's a tiny little brush, it's going to be more of a dry brush style application. Now remember, even if all this was dry, that doesn't stop you from doing all kinds of nifty things like, while wet blending, it would just be blending the wet paint over the dry paint. But basically what you're going to do is just spread it out. It's not blending into the dry coat underneath, but you're just spreading it out. Now, where's my Terra Rosa here? Blending brush again. One more bit of, where'd that brush go? Yeah, we use this. Maybe brilliant yellow pale. A little bit thinner in there, not too much. Definitely not too much, and minus that big old piece of fuzz on there. That's good there. We do have our lighter fletching. this side over here. Maybe oh, gee whiz, yeah, we can actually get a lot lighter on his forehead there. Grand Oracle, what does that fall under the nothing? Let's see, nothing replicates nature better than nature. So you use a piece of fuzz to represent fur. Just to try and be as texturally accurate as possible using actual fuzz. Here's my little blending brush here. That's got some thinner right here. We're just going to try and get rid of some of that. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the GoFundMe campaign for all the folks that have helped with that. That is much appreciated. It's made a big difference. Again, we were talking about all these different house repair things, stuff that I could not do when things were really bad there. But now something's got to happen with those. And that's what we're trying to do now. Let me see if I can't. Can you even see what I... Unfortunately, it's kind of blocked by the antlers. Maybe if I try it from this angle, you'll be able to see it a little better. So yeah, Grand Oracle, there was a whole bunch of that when we had the dog and the cat here, and the dog, poof, it was almost like Pigpen. You could just see the fur floating up off of him. So was that season 6 of that Elite? I have a feeling it was season 6. Oh yeah, let's get some lights over here. Again, it's I just keep forgetting that I haven't actually seen any TV show of any kind since April. Apparently the Babylon 5, there's an animated Babylon 5 show that's on Amazon. I'll have to, who knows, maybe I'll be able to see that since it's on Amazon. Anything on Netflix or anything like that, or the Disney thing, that's out of my reach. Don't have those. Yeah, Elite, I find it very fascinating that in season 6, with the 6 episodes, they almost told more story in 6 episodes than like the previous 14 or 18 or whatever it was of the 2 seasons, especially season 5. And even season 4, those didn't move very rapidly. So yeah, Bithra, at least that's what someone just told me yesterday or the day before. That it's on, I guess, on Amazon. Again, I won't know for sure until I actually find it on there myself. Touch more light here. Again, doing what I can where there's some pretty extreme mold lines and such. All you could do, you use the rougher sanding stick, you try and get most of it, and then you have to use a much finer grit sandpaper, sanding stick to get the rest of it. So yeah, I had a few favorite characters. Obviously, well, the pilot was always a fave, and the lady that has the voice that sounds like she smokes cigarettes for her entire life, who was the UN Prime Minister or whatever. or UN president, I guess I should say. I think that's what it was. Yeah, you know what? Let me see if I can here get a little bit of almost fur texture with that really light color. Now we did it on that side. Yeah, we can lighten up this side too. Yeah, Elite definitely very much with the strategery, but also everybody kind of knows that she's going to do that charm offensive thing and then probably try to kill you later on. Let me see if I can't. Ah, there we go. Just caught a little bit of light in there. Ah, yeah, that's another one there, Elite, for sure. Haven't. Oh yeah, see, I can. Now that I'm not going to be sticking my finger on the edges of these anymore, I can really get some of the lightest light on those. And I can't do too much on these rocks. The lighter I make those, the dingier snow is going to look. We don't want dingy snow, or yellow snow for that matter. Trying to get a little, some kind of light there on that hoof. Mostly just a brilliant yellow pale at this point. Alright. Now we'll set him aside just so that I can do a little bit now on this. Skelly friends mostly. Probably do a little bit of rust effects too, maybe. Yeah, Elite, my favorite thing was that if you're out in these environments, you cease to basically be, well, a regular human anymore. You're now a different species because your body maybe can't take gravity, can't take light. Like how you can spot a Martian walking around on Earth a mile away because of how they walk, because they're not used to the gravity. And we'll tap, 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 spread that around. Get lots of those skelly friends. We're going to come back and hit some of this with maybe some of our Terra Rosa or Asphaltum, maybe. Right now, mostly just a brilliant yellow pale. Now on the banner things over there, nothing too crazy there. Maybe just something that's got a little bit of red or something like that to it. Again, we just plop that on there. Where's my blending brush here? We push that around. Same here. Blending brush means we don't have to mix a whole bunch of layers of paint. I mean, we're just little skelly friends here, right? We don't want to have to spend an hour on each one of these little skeletons, but we do want to have some blending on them, of course. A little bit more of our tap, tap, tap there. We got Skelly Friend with sword sticking through him here. Let's do this guy. It's a whole lot easier doing this than it was taking some of the GW. I think they're the vampire counts bits, right? Taking the head and trying to take a torso and then fooling around trying to position those on a base. these a whole lot easier to do that with, because they're already in that position. Some ribs on him. And like I said, we could always come back into that with something like our asphaltum, do a little bit of a pin line wash, a semi-glaze type of a thing. So you got that sword sticking out of him there. So not too shabby that it's not just the miniature, but also the little movement tray here. Again, all in so far less than 3 hours. I'm just going to get back to my reference here real quick if I can. Yeah. So like maybe like a Lannister-ish type thing. So some kind of Lannister red. I mean, this is Resurrection Queen, so they would probably be running into Lannisters quite often. Some teeth on our skelly friends here. Again, I just chuck that lighter color on there. Take this blending brush, push that around. My Tomb King's army, wow, that would have went a little bit faster if I could have just done that. As in a whole lot faster. Yeah, basically everything would have went a lot faster if I had the oils back in the day. Well, let's see, it was 2014, well, 2013, 2014 when I was doing the Tomb Kings. Yeah, look where my hand is on this brush, right? There's no, how am I supposed to get all the way over there if I got this death grip on the brush? I can't. Can't do that at all. So very important to not have the death grip on the brush. No, not on that side. That would be on this side. Blending brush. Like I said, I might take a little bit of my Prussian blue to that. Give it a little bit of sky tone. We can. No, after I get my skelly pile over there with some of this fast matte white, then we'll do a little bit of that. Then we'll get the red on the our little banner bits right there. Again, these are 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing. They have hundreds and hundreds of bits, which I still keep forgetting to mirror to make different bits. Yes, if there's 10 files, if you mirror them, you will get 20 unique files. I just keep forgetting to do that. And actually, Luminous, have you, you know what? Have you ever mirrored some miniatures? Well, I don't really do them to have armies per se, so I guess you haven't really mirrored miniatures at all. I certainly haven't tried that yet. I would be curious to see if that would make any difference. If I did that, say, with, I don't know, a Diwali, whatever, and I reverse them, or mirror them, would I basically have something that looks significantly different, or would it just look weird? That's not the blending brush. This is not the blending brush you're after. Again, 3D printed basing bits are my friend. Okay. Let me see if I can't just really quick get some of my Prussian blue here. So that Oryx Landrast, I mean, obviously it's going to look like it's just a little bit kind of in the family there. But, oh, Landrast, did you see that? What does Titan Forge have coming for? And I meant to ask you if you saw that. Titan Forge is doing, well, they got the Chaos Doors right now, but their September release is, oh well. Oh, it's Bretonians. Yeah, Landrast. I thought you would find that hilarious. Guess who wants to print those? That would be this guy. For an army painting series, of course. So yeah, Titan Forge doing Bretonians, which will be absolutely fabulous, just like the TV show. Alright, we'll throw in... Okay, that's got a little bit more of the yellow in it. And I'm thinking that's another one with a individual heraldry, right? We're not going to be doing the same livery on every horse and knight and such like that. We'll be doing different ones on each. Yeah, mixing up a little bit of something there. Now, let me use... I'll just... Oh, there's no... It would be easier to paint red if I actually had some of my Naphthol red. Just use the Naphthol here. Because I know that Highland Miniatures has the... has those, and obviously I would certainly print those. I have Highland Miniatures. So here I'm just going to hit this, and we'll maybe throw a little bit of gold-ish something on there again to give it that Lannister-ish look. This is literally just a quick bit of dry brush here so that the pre-glaze mixes along with it. Kind of darkens it up even a little bit more. And then we're going to leave that for a second. I'm going to get me some of the asphaltum over here. Maybe even a little bit of the Van Dyke brown on the spear shaft here. And then we'll, I think, mix the radiant yellow into that with a little bit of our Indian yellow tool. Let me see what we get here. That's okay. There. Remember, we said we were going to get some of that on our skelly friends here too. Again, just doing that little bit of dry brushy thing here. Be coming back in with our lighter lights again on those skellies, especially since we're doing this. Okay, it gives me a little bit of red there. Let me grab this guy and do the same while I have it here. Down there. Alright, so he'll be a little bit more in line with our movement tray there. Maybe a little bit more of the yellow-ish color. Maybe some of that up there. Down in here, and now come back with that lighter, mostly brilliant yellow pale here. And maybe find some of the lightest lights on our skelly friends. Blending brush always is handy though. And any brush can be a blending brush. Could be a big old giant filbert brush. It could be, well, look at this, a little sort of a small craft brushes type thing. It's got to be on the soft side though. You want one that's definitely softer. Scaly friends here, getting a few more highlights. This away. These guys definitely need a little more light. Blending brush. Now what I'm going to do is just sort of let these have a chance to set for a bit here. I'll go back to my main figure, because don't want to keep pushing this too much. Right, gotta let that set for at least a little bit here. So again, we've got some of our skelly friends there, and look at that, more piles of skelly friends here. Skellies everywhere. It's almost like it's like you're watching Jinxed stream or something. That many skelly friends. Still not even at 3 hours yet. And again, big old miniature plus the movement tray with the oils and with Sarge. How you doing there, Sarge? Thank you so much. Oh, our rocks all melted in there. Now we got some new rocks we can shake in there. Thank you so much. Sarge, hopefully everything went okay today. And Sarge, look at this. Sarge was kind enough to send ColdHands this way. So looky there. We've been, I just did a little bit here. We're going to set that aside. We're back to our main figure over here. So Sarge, sorry if, well, obviously you can always catch the, we'll have this done as a highlight like always. So be able to see the earlier stages. We're getting towards hour 3 here. We're getting towards hour 3. So now, Sarge, was this Heroes Box 2 or Heroes Box 11? Because I saw that numeral 2 and I thought, no way. And of course, I do remember painting this. Yep, I painted this one actually on, well, either on stream or YouTube Live. Might have been a YouTube Live. I did, I don't know who that's supposed to be. I'd have to look at the card there, but I did actually file it and prime it, sorry. And started the pre-glaze on this was real simple. It was basically just Van Dyke Brown. There was a little bit of the Mars Black that went in there, and we're using the Mars Black from Gamblin this time around, just because I want to try it out in more situations. I'm going to have to redo those little skellies down there. Just stuck my finger on them, that's okay. Now, Sarge, I know that, well, you had a bunch of projects that you were working on, obviously some ReaperCon projects. Wasn't sure if ReaperCon was still a definite thing or if you're just doing fewer days of ReaperCon. I know that the situation keeps changing all the time, constantly. Pretty much every week it's, well, okay, I think this is good. Oh, wait, well, now not so good. Valfira, look at the size of this. This is hilarious. I mean, this does look. It doesn't look like Bill the pony. It looks like Bill the Chihuahua. That's It literally looks like a chihuahua next to a moose. I mean, that's crazy. But I mean, this is a larger scale. Is it conquest scale? It's pretty darn close. I think it's maybe a little smaller than conquest scale. So Valfira, you'll get some chuckles. The fact that I right up until I started streaming, I thought it was Saturday. From the time I woke up to the time I almost started streaming, until Armored Wolf said, "Say what? What do you mean it's Saturday?" So that's we senior moments. We were all talking about our senior moments, especially recent ones. So yeah, that's a definite senior moment for me for sure. I mean, it's kind of. I mean, here obviously there is no such thing as a weekend. It's just another day where I'm either going to be streaming or filming. That's it. Yeah, of course, Armored Wolf was like, "Whoa, wait a minute, what are you doing taking a day away from me here? I need all the days I can get to get ready for Dragon Con," which is why you need to see Armored Wolf booth 2707/2709. That's at Dragon Con. If you're going there, please in the vendor hall visit Armored Wolf. Again, booth 2707. Now Sarge, actually, as this, what the heck is this? Is this like the foot version of ColdHands, and he just goes in a regular infantry unit? I believe it or not, I haven't even had a chance to look at anything else except for this card. That's it. So it is, okay. And again, this is Song of Ice and Fire. Now, seeing as he has his own little square base, this guy's not a unit attachment. The other one is either he's got to be a unit attachment. He can't be an NCU. And this is the kind of thing again that I'm looking forward to with my version of MESBG, right? Is where we have basically characters that are not on the board, they are off board. And I really want to create something that is similar to that. I think there's 5 spaces or something like that. And I forget what they call it, what that track is called, but I wanted to have that for MESBG 2. And that would, it's one way or maybe an army that potentially doesn't have the same amount of points or whatever could have a way of at least competing with something that's a much larger force. Because guess what? Very rarely, if ever, do 2 equally matched armies meet up with each other. If you're a general and you just sit there and do even matchups all the time, you're not going to be a general for very long. So yeah, I'm sure. I think that's Craster sitting in the chair. Sarge, I think that's Craster. Don't know who the one with the baby is. Then there's this one, but he probably is more of a unit attachment. Then there was this guy here. And something tells me he's maybe more of a NCU or something like that. So non-combat units. And that is something that I hope to have again for my own little version of a campaign style thing for MESBG. Now this was also, that's right, there's stitching right there. So storage are great to see again. Sorry that it's that you're kind of didn't get a chance to hang out for the whole first portion there. But who knows if this again, is this Heroes Box 2 or is it, I mean, I know it sounds crazy that I'm asking if it's Heroes Box 11, but I could swear, I mean, this is one of the original factions. And I was thinking, like, they could maybe be, for the Lannisters and for the Starks, they could be on Hero Box 11 unless they're just redoing everything. And they're sort of starting from zero with their counting. Alright, you know, I'm going to get some of the light over here on this. Brilliant yellow pale. Let me get some more of the dark out of that. So it's Samwell, Gilly, ColdHands, and Craster. I just, maybe I can also ask Jim to send me this Heroes box again, and then I could do another one, maybe as just a tutorial video there, Sarge. And that way you could just watch it and not have to worry about being on around here for a stream with all the crazy work hours. Let me get a little more of my light on that. Alright, what is going on with all of this crazy little fabric stuff over here? Oh, also this. Just going to take my blending brush and push a little bit of that around. It's funny, Sarge, I kept reading that as Samwise. Well, I mean, we did spend 4 hours painting hobbits last night. But yeah, it just was like, but why Samwise? We always laugh about, you know, getting the universes mixed up. I'll throw a little bit of light along the edge of that too. Why not? Now I was wanting to get this couple little hairs a little bit lighter. Well, actually that can be made later too. Nah, that might be too much. Look at that blending brush. Has a conversation, makes it go away. So Valfira, boy, there was some massive punnage being unleashed, wasn't there, Valfira, last night? Quite literally to the very last second of the stream. There were puns galore. Puns everywhere. There's a pun-tastic stream. No, I'm not going to hit that with the lighter stuff. Let me see what I can do with this right here. Alright. That might just do the trick. His reins there. This run, I swear you did about 7, 8, 9 clips last night. And again, there was lots of punnage going on. That was there was lots and lots of challenges there. So Grand Oracle, yes, the reason I don't have the Kathy emote is because I thought it was Saturday, and I was doing Saturday stuff instead of what I had originally planned, which was Friday stuff. So Valfira, I think it was about 76. Well, I think maybe it got up to 80 degrees or something like that today. Previous 2 days were a different story with the triple digits. But yeah, today for the most part just in the 70s. Now for some folks it probably felt like 70 degrees Celsius. Which, well, I think once it gets beyond 50, humans literally do start to melt. So for Sarge, has it been something like 2-3 months of 100+ degree days? I swear, Sarge, that's why those guys showed up at midnight to be digging that hole, is they didn't want to be there during the day. So yeah, like I said, I think there was one point today where it got to 81 or something like that, but for the most part, just in the mid-70s. I mean, it is almost September here. So we should be having our September weather here. Sorry for all the folks where it is in the not just triple digits, but triple digits plus. Oh, that's sorry to hear that there, Valfera. I don't know if are you setting records there, or is that just kind of in the neighborhood of some records? Now I was going to ask you about that, Sarge. So there's never been anything that just kind of comes in, because usually, well, around here, when you have something like that, you'll have a couple of days where it's like that, and then boom. Yeah, we're going to chuck in a little bit more of our... That's a bit darker. Just for a couple of the hairs, especially where maybe there's some mold lines running through them. So again, everybody that is where it's all super hot like that, hopefully you can, well, take shelter with your AC and such. Fortunately, the things that I did back in May and June really did make that big difference. We found out. We were wondering, was it going to make a big difference? And it did. It would have been nice if I could have done those sooner, but unfortunately, with the situation the way it was, I literally couldn't do it until pretty much early June. Let me see if I can do that. Now let's get maybe some Indian yellow here. Maybe some of that red. So yeah, Valfera, sorry to hear that that's being very painful there. And same thing, Sarge. Yeah, I'll never forget going down there. Yeah, it was up here. It was 27 degrees, and there was 2 to 4 inches of snow on the ground. This was in April or something like that, or March. Came down there for ReaperCon. It was 87 degrees. I almost keeled over on the spot. Because needless to say, I was not dressed for 87 degrees. I was dressed for 24 degrees or whatever the heck it was here. Hey, Kiki Turtle, welcome back. Great to see you again. So Kiki Turtle, no Trixie Hobbitses today. No Trixie Hobbitses. We've got, well, gigantic elks with dudes on the back of them. Grand Oracle, I don't think I've actually seen them at all. I think you know where I'm headed next. Yeah. If you could shoot me an Instagram message with just a reminder that says, hey, look at, what is that again? Shattered Crown miniatures. Hey there, Thranuel. Nice to see you again. So, Kiki Turtle, great to see you. I hope that you're having yourself a great day. So yeah, for me, the hottest temperature that I ever actually experienced was 137 degrees. That was installing an attic fan, and where it had been 90 plus degrees for like a week and a half in July, with roof shingles that were black. So they had actually turned off the electricity for obvious reasons. We come down to they only let us up there for 15 minutes at a time. We would come down there, it was about 85 degrees in the bathroom, wherever it was where we came out from the attic, and our lips immediately turned blue and we started shivering. And everyone in there is sweating. They're wondering what the heck's going on with us. We said, it's 50 degrees colder down here. So that was my big extreme there. Couple more. Yeah, let's get some of these here. I think we did this on the other side. Let's do it on this side now. Like so. So Kiki Turtle, great to see you back. Now we will be painting more Hobbitses on the Saturday stream, which should be very fun. And of course, well, we will be doing the army painting series on said Hobbits. So, Hobbits and Tyranids, that's an interesting little combination of army painting series. Then Bretonnians, because we did individual livery type things on that was the Dol Amroth stuff, but that was way back in acrylic days. So yep, Valfira, we look at here. So these are all, there you go, you can see them now. And here's this is a portion of it. So imagine the other half. So this, see how it kind of fills up this half? Imagine this whole other half filled by those bits. I printed 2 of these. So this is how everything comes out. Imagine again a build plate that's about the size of the screen, all filled entirely like this. And then printed a couple of times. Of course, I did not remember to mirror them. So this is a bulletin board cork, and then the all the Skelly friends, just like we did here. Actually, let me get back to this. Let me get back to this here. We got to hit this with some of our rust as well. So great to see you there, Thranuel. Hopefully, maybe you've been able to get a chance to do a little bit of painting of some kind. And just looking for the light hit. Then I'm going to hit it with the Terra Rosa. Let's do that now. Terra Rosa, maybe a little bit of the Asphaltum. Terra Rosa, Asphaltum. Thanks, Velfira. And then again, thanks, Velfira, for the funds there. And of course, oh, Velfira, you'll be seeing when I base some more of these guys, you're going to see the Make It Epic pumpkins, the one that has the leaves. Oh, and the jack-o'-lanterns. Yes. Why jack-o'-lanterns? Because we got to have object source slating for our hobbits. Whoops, we need a little more thinner. There we go. That's more like it. So yes, Velfira, don't be surprised if you start seeing some almost Halloween hobbits right there. Because I think that's going to be really, really fun to have the jack-o'-lanterns. Not sure if hobbits would have jack-o'-lanterns, but these guys are. Because they're just that way. Now, we were talking about, remember, getting a little bit of this on the Skelly Friends tool, not just the rusty bits. Same here. Then we'll let this, that's set for a second, and then we'll come back and we'll hit it with our lighter rust later. Now here again, we're trying to get some of the a little bit of that asphaltum / terra rosa in some of our little skelly friends down here. You can see there it kind of got into the skelly friend. That's good. Skelly friend would be stained by the rust, no doubt about it. Yeah, Velfira. Well, let's see. I have a ton of, I think, spooky things that I can paint for Halloween. Remember, we usually would do, before everything went all bonkers, we kind of did Halloween-themed miniatures, or at least spooky miniatures. I think we've got spooky miniatures from Middle-earth. We got spooky stuff from other companies too. Where's that? There we go. There's some of the radiant yellow. Just thinning this down a little bit. That's the Naphtol red. Again, interchangeable with the Fanchon red, because they're basically both Naphtol red. Then the Naphtol red is cheaper. That's kind of the biggest thing. Just like the Mars Black from Gamblin is cheaper. Now, it's not always a guarantee that Williamsburg's going to be the priciest brand out there, because, well, the Mars Black is sort of like the Black Spinel, which is basically cadmium level pricing. That's a gambling color. So sometimes the Williamsburg color is actually still the cheaper option. Rare. I know that's rare, but it happens. Just drawing a little bit more of the... there's another place where we needed some. Blending brush. Yeah, Velfira, with the, actually, Kathy's birthday being just a few days before Halloween, we always called it Kathy-tober. I actually made a little ugly doll sign that I would put up every October. Alright, let me get some of my light est. Well, that's all too late. I'm gonna back off of that just a smidge here. Hey there, Lotus Nightmare, how you doing? Great to see you. Thanks for joining us here. We're just painting basically the movement tray for our, what is he now? That's ColdHands. Got Song of Ice and Fire. Song of Ice and Fire miniatures here. And we'll let that set on there for a bit, and we'll head back to ColdHands because we want to. I can see that's already starting to look almost like it's dry. It's not dry, not quite dry, but close enough. Okay, this here, we got to do something with that. Actually, gonna just use that same little glazy thing over here. Well, Lotus Nightmare, hopefully you'll be able to make things work. It's very difficult being self-employed. We've been doing that here for a long time. Used to do 2D art for the longest time. Then basically 21, 22 years ago, that changed over to miniatures. And ever since, that has been how we've tried to keep the lights on, so to speak. Now, Lotus Nightmare, if you wanted to post, if you have an Instagram or a Discord or a gallery or something like that, if you wanted to post anything in the chat there so that people could see that. Now, Valfair, I wasn't sure if you wanted to post any pics of your Eternal Dragon there. Now, hopefully you've had a chance to maybe add a little bit of the stuff here and there to it. I know that's not the easiest thing to do. Just kind of given the way circumstances are. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Let me get some of the paint out of that. We'll actually use this as just a teensy micro blending brush. Something a little darker maybe here. We're using our typical oil paints. Again, oil paints right out of the tube. No weird mediums or anything like that, just oil paint. And since we're back to our fast matte white, and there's no, there's just Terra Rosa, there's nothing on here. This should be mostly dry by tomorrow, if not completely dry. But again, by this time tomorrow, maybe 26 hours later, something like that. I think now, God, I spent more time trying to undo the mold lines on these crazy things than the entire rest of the miniature combined. Every time I see these stupid little rings here, I just know that I'm in for it, so to speak. Now, Lotus Nightmare, wishing the best for you. Wishing the best for you again. No, it is not. It's always an uphill battle. And as soon as you think you've kind of got to that point, then the paradigm changes or something. I need me a smidge edge. There we go. Now we will do the same over here. So Thranduil, I will, again, we've got the Hobbit Army Painting series coming up now that I have the printed bits, and also that Tyranid series, also printed bits. Now, how many different ones I use, we'll see. I'm going to try to use, I think it's the stalactites, stalagmites, and then what was the other thing that I had? Oh yeah, some other crazy kind of alien looking rocks than the egg spores. Definitely have to make use of the egg spore things. If I use anything, it's gotta be those. Now again, 3 hours and 25 minutes ago, there was no paint on any of this. It was all just primer. 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 23 seconds ago. That's the wonder of the oil paints. You too can join the Linseed Brotherhood. It's open to everybody. This was done in kind of the usual way. A little bit of a simpler pre-glaze, mostly Van Dyke Brown, Asphaltum Little Mars Black. We wipe away a fair chunk of it with the sponges, then we come back with our filbert brushes, right, where we do some of our little later dry brushing that starts to blend in there right away. Then we start to work even more with the mid-tones, then get into some of the highlights. And you can always check out the past sessions if you want to see how kind of those earlier phases go. I try to save all the highlights. It's basically like a YouTube channel, which I also have a YouTube channel. Sometimes I'll take these episodes as I add some stitching right there. And I'll just, if it's a 4-hour session, maybe I cut it down to 2 hours or so to get the best of all the painting stuff, not so much of the puppet shows and the other entertainment stuff. Where's my blending brush? Is this you? Yeah, we'll just use you. There we are. Yeah, you know what, here, let me just throw a little bit of that light there, and now we'll take our blending brush to it. And do that. Now, but fortunately, with the streaming, it has allowed us to start doing the 2D art again, which has been very fun. So we've been doing these, and I promise we will get to that seascape thing. So yeah, we've actually been finally able to get back to some of the 2D art using the same oil paints, the exact same oil paints that we're using here. Nothing different. Even a lot of the techniques are the same. And guess what? Composition matters. Whether it's a 2D painting or a miniature. The basing is a part of the composition. AOA Sarge, I don't know if you had a chance to share your Instagram there of, oh gosh, was that the Harbinger of, is that the Plague Harbinger or something? Oh, Harbinger of Pestilence, probably. So yes, sorry Sarge if I forgot and spaced on that. But I'm not really surprised, given that for the entirety of this day, from the time I got up until almost the time I started streaming, I thought it was Saturday. Now I need to, maybe I'll just use the Prussian blue, and more maybe straight up Prussian blue as opposed to the, well, that's still going to have some of the lighter stuff in it. Harbinger of Decay, okay. Yeah, Sarge, if you wanted to post your Insta to that. Sorry, Sarge, I should have asked you sooner. Now, again, my brain is kind of on the impaired side today, that's for sure. Well, just more than usual, because it's always forgetting something. I'm just trying to spread around maybe a little bit of the blue right there. Alright, what are we doing over here? Let's throw some more of that this away. Because yes, all of our little hobbitses that we painted, that was our Thursday stream. Where did our little hobbitses go? There they are. Because we wouldn't have done these on a Wednesday. Yes, this is part of our Thursday stream. Tricksy little hobbitses. Now let me do a little bit more of our back to this blue over here. You know what, I might even throw a little bit right there. It's not going to look very much like blue, just going to look like a gray. Yeah, Sarge, I really do hope that you get a chance to work some more on that, just to chill out a little bit, have some fun with it. Glad that you've been able to build some stuff there, Thranuel. Again, on his chompers, they're trying to keep those separate and individual, even though, well, but the mold lines and everything, they kind of have scrunched all into one. Is that going to be too dark there? Maybe. This is another place, unfortunately, where there was some weird mold lines here too. Remember, these are all basically one-piece miniatures. They're not necessarily cast as one piece, but they are all, if there's any assembly to be done, they are already assembled before you get them. Alright, we'll set you aside. We'll grab you again. Let's do some of our lighter, mostly just kind of straight up Terra Rosa here. More of our Terra Rosa. Oh, it's actually going to get a little bit of the Indian yellow, which is fine. This is more of your sort of semi-classic pin line wash there. Like so. And remember, every color is going to take a different amount to reach that pin line wash threshold. As far as your thinner goes, Terra Rosa, it's a heavy duty opaque, so it takes a bunch more to get there. And I mean a bunch more. Something, say, well, even like a Prussian blue doesn't take that long because it's already, it's not an opaque type color. Indigo, not too bad. What is weird is that Indian yellow, that takes a bunch. Not an opaque, actually super translucent, but it's also really, really heavy. That is a really thick color. So yeah, Bithron, everything in the box. I wish. Oh wait. Well, I mean, here you can see some of the other ones. Like Craster here, definitely his hand is clearly separate from the rest of the body, and even the chair, you can see the chair is in two pieces. So this is literally 1, 2, 3, at least a 3, maybe a 4-piece miniature right here. But when it comes to you, it's just going to be one piece. Now that does mean that the mold lines are going to be, like I said, in some weird places. Places that you normally wouldn't actually find them. But they are, I don't want to say indestructible, but they are really, really hard to damage. The heftier parts, well, like say the bodies and everything, that tends to be more like a bones black material, I suppose. While something like, say, the swords and weapons, that tends to be more like a regular hard plastic. Same thing with banners and spears. But you do not have, well, you shouldn't have to anyways. You don't have to build anything for Song of Ice and Fire. You just take them out of the box. You could just take them out of the box and play with them, because they almost meant for it to be a bit like a board game. where you didn't have to do a bunch of assembly and everything else. And the movement trays, all the stuff, the cards, it all comes in the same box. And that's what makes it a really good value, because it also is one of the cheaper games out there. For the cost of one GW army, pretty much almost any system except maybe for Lord of the Rings, you could almost get everything in the Song of Ice and Fire range. It's that level of insanity. How expensive other stuff is in relation to it. That's just, again, some bulletin board cork. That's all that is. So when you get those big old starter boxes and everything, all you do is you could literally just pull the miniatures out of there and start playing if you wanted to. You don't have to paint them. Obviously, all of us here definitely are going to paint them. But there is no looking at a bunch of instructions, trying to figure out which of the 20 pieces of his left jaw bone goes together. Makes life much easier. Actually, some of the are so close to Lord of the Rings in their appearance that there were a few folks that were almost thinking of just using Song of Ice and Fire minis. Obviously, MESBG rules. And of course, you're helping out Dark Sword Miniatures when you get Song of Ice and Fire stuff, because they are the reason why that was made. That wasn't... Yes, Cool Mini's name is on the box too, but it was Dark Sword that actually has the relationship with George R. Martin there, because they've been doing Game of Thrones miniatures for decades. And yeah, well, and of course, Bithron with Conquest, you could, in theory, also do a skirmish style. I know people are, for whatever reason, they're not as big a fan of the skirmish style with that, but you can change it up a little bit, right? Blending brush again. Take away a little bit of the light. That was just a little too light. And of course, with each and every one of these brush strokes that I do, the color that's on there mixes on that brush. So we got to go back here and get ourselves some new paint. Refresh that brush. Not really doing too much on this side, because if you remember, this is where our big old miniature's gonna go, so you're gonna have a hard time really seeing much anything right there. That's what I'm looking to get a little bit of this sort of yellowish type color on the spears very quickly. Very quickly. Let's not linger too much here. Yeah, Bithron, that was a very ingenious idea by them, so that you could conceivably play the same game in a couple of different ways. Alright, and now we're going to do the same thing. We'll set this aside. Let's set you aside over here. Get back to this guy. Yeah, Sarge, and this is, it is Heroes Box 2, which is weird. They must have reset everything. because I could swear they were on about, especially for say Lannisters and Starks, because and which I think the your Night's Watch was probably the third faction to come out, so this has to be like version 2 Stark Heroes 2. I'll see you later there, Lotus Nightmare. Thanks for being here. Appreciate that. And hopefully the rest of your day is a good one. Yeah. No, there's not much else I can do down in there. Now this. Where's that Mars? I just grabbed this brush, maybe. Some of the Mars Black. And we'll do a little bit of a dry brushy thing in there. But let it mix right there. I might go a little lighter here now. Let me see if we can do that. Let's see if we can do that with some of our Radiant Green. Blending brush. It's got a whole bunch of... now we're going to have to use a blending brush with a little bit of color in there. That's fine. Try this one more time. Actually, just with... It's more of a brilliant yellow pale. Okay. They do like their draped cloth. So again, this is Big Child Creatives does the sculpting. Well, for all of the Cool Mini or Not stuff. When Dark Age was still a thing, they were doing the sculpting for that. This, I will come back and do a few little lights there now that we kind of went back into that and kind of evened out. So there was a little too much complexity in there. We simplified it a bit. So again, 3 hours 42 minutes ago, we have no paint on either of these things. On ColdHands or on that little basing tray. Neither of these things did. We've been able to do all of this start to finish with the oil paints. No zenithal priming or anything like that either. Basically just primed it a light gray and that's it. Oh wait, there's a bunch of junk on the end of the brush. Another piece of fuzz. Alright. Yeah, let me do a little bit more on my light there. I don't think I want to come back in with the darker color. Maybe I do. Let's throw a little bit of a lighter edge on these two. Let's get this here. I think we did as much light as we can on the ear. Now that's interesting. No, they don't have that same piece on the other side. Now I also need to get a little bit of reflected light over here. I just realized this has no No, 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 no. The terror. Whoops. Wait a minute. There we go. Yeah, let's do that. That was all just a bunch of dark there when we needed two separate, or three actually, separate ones there.
Hello, little hobbits. Fuck my gum.
Thank you so much, Scarbius. I appreciate that. And we welcome in all of our happy little hobbits at the... Oh, wait a minute. Where'd the happy little hobbits go? There's just Morgoth. Are you... Do you really... Do you need to be a big game hunter? It's like, who's hunting who, dude? Well, me, not so much. But you are really huge. It's like, who's this Morgoth guy? It's like, wow, I used to mess around with critters, make them way bigger than they were supposed to be, way nastier too. It's like, nah, I'm just hanging out here, man. Don't know who Morgoth is. Thank you so much, Scarbius. I appreciate that. So yeah, clearly that is this guy here was not corrupted by Morgoth. Wrong universe, as always. Gandalf just gets those things mixed up. Much like how I get the days of the week mixed up and think that today is Saturday for the entire day. However, in about 17 minutes it will be Saturday. And then I will be vindicated completely. The only problem is I might then forget that tomorrow is Sunday, which would be not ideal. You know, I wasn't going to throw that lighter kind of orangey terror. It's more of a skin tone here, but at least right in that portion I will. So again, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Gandalf loves all of his little hobbitses, especially the ones that we were painting last night. And guess what? Saturday we'll be painting more. I got at least a half a dozen more that I believe are all set for painting. So, including Bilbo Bananigans right here. It's like, oh, hey, that looks good. Can I eat that? It's like, these kind of were for me, you know, because I need like second, third, fourth, and fifth breakfast. What is this breakfast thing you're talking about? It could be a very tricksy day tomorrow. It was very tricksy on Thursday when we were painting up all those little hobbitses. So I think folks might want to be around here for Saturday. Thank you so much, Bitron, for doing that clip. Hopefully not quite as many tonight as there were last night. Last night was very pun heavy, very puppet show heavy. I mean, we've certainly done our share tonight. But something tells me that tomorrow's going to be pretty active. This up here, if I can, this might be the better way to approach it. I think what I need is actually more of this. That needs a something. Would it be the pearline black down in there? I don't know. It needs a little something there. Oh, and Chris is not here. That's right. At least I don't remember seeing Chris. And of course, no Arath, no King of Norway either. Wow, yeah, no wonder we're down a couple of our usual Mirth Masters there. Yes, normally we have a few more Mirthsters in the chat. And that breeds a little bit of competition, doesn't it, Grant Oracle? Nobody wants to be seen as the lesser punster. what's happening here. More of that, yeah, more light there. Do this here. Now the inside of the legs here, I might just grab me some of this. Oh, yeah, a little bit. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. That was what this is what our very first little dry brushy thing was. Why am I going to sit there and struggle? Man, really all I need to do is just take this brush, and that is more than enough shading back there. Don't need to do more than that. Otherwise, Billy's going to draw a whole lot of attention for no reason there. And a little more this way here and that way. I'm going to try to maybe get some of that Prussian blue or radiant turquoise, or both. Well, we got this and that. Let me see, what does this work? I can just get that in a couple of isolated little spots, like up here. Another little area of it there. It's gonna be very hasty. It's also gonna be quite the cuisine channel there, Valfera. Yes, I think we're gonna have plenty of cuisine tomorrow. Yeah, concerning hobbits, right? Now I'll go the opposite way here with our indigo. Maybe a bit of Van Dyke Brown too. Thranduil, that's not going to be till September. Sometime in September, but can't say exactly when. But it definitely is supposed to be one of the September series for sure. Same thing with the Hobbitses. And remember, with the Tyranids, we're going to be using the interference colors. Now, because it's been quite some time since we've had a chance to really have some fun with the interference colors. Kiki Tro, thank you so much. They really love the basing. Really love it. And it's the 3D printed bits, and whether it's something more like this, where you have the stairway for Aragorn to stand on, or maybe something like this for our Galadriel figure here, with the birch trees behind her and the bog myrtle bushes and such. It really just does create quite. Oh, here we go too. Also for our Legolas. Again, the bog myrtle bushes and standing up on that tree right there really does it just makes all kinds of interesting visuals, right? Instead of, okay, look, it's a miniature with a tactical rock and some tufts. You kind of see that often enough. You get a little bit jaded on that. That's for sure, Valfera. And of course, again, we'll have some jack-o'-lanterns going. Yeah, I'm gonna get some of those again. The Make It Epic jack-o'-lanterns. There's also regular pumpkins too. It's not all jack-o'-lanterns, but just the idea of hobbitses with jack-o'-lanterns entertains me to no end. So that should be very fun. I actually probably need to maybe print up a little bit more of the Goon Monster game, some of those other veggies. Also need to look and see if Pelennor did some of those. So yeah, Velfair, it's going to be a lot of hasty hobbits running around doing hobbit stuff tomorrow night. Can we survive? Can we endure the hobbit invasion? A little bit more of the, yeah, here, more of the light there. Not sure what that actually says there, Velfair. Unfortunately, I think the phone monster might have got that one, or the autocorrect monster got that. I'm trying to figure out what that means, but unfortunately I can't quite figure that out. Oh, he needs some chompers on him here. There's a little bone pile right there too. Now I think, well, I think somewhere around 12:30 or 1, my next round of prints are supposed to be done. Okay. Sorry about that, Velfira. What's nice is they actually have these little leaves and little vines and stuff on them. So that's really nifty. Gives us yet another little aspect of color that we can put onto our hobbitses. And remember, we want to have some stripes on them. We want to have some plaid on them. So yeah, that's going to be really fun doing all those some filigree stuff, right? Now I will, just so that I can kind of see what we have going on around the edge here, we'll just grab, I don't know, this thing here, and we'll use our poor man's Black 3.0. I still do hope that we can get Badger to try and basically just take their black primer and essentially make a Black 3.0 out of it. He says that he can. That would be really nifty if he could. So again, this is not the same stuff here. It's close. It is close. Alright. And then I might also do the same thing on the edge of his base, well, at least where I can reach. I'm going to get some of that down in here too. This is so much easier though than actually trying to do this with the Black 3.0, which normally you have to do a couple of layers of it. And of course this will be magnetized like usual. Yeah, Valfira, that there was something that I tried to type to somebody. Well, even the title on this, just the keyboard monster got me. And unfortunately, once you start the stream, it's just really, really, really difficult to mess around with that. Alright, so there we go. Wow, you can see the difference there. So this is lighter even than I thought it was. Now let me get some of that off of here. This little bit off of there. Alright. And we'll have at it with this. So yeah, okay, we're about the same then. I couldn't quite tell, was this to say, of course, most of it is going to be covered with the crushed glass snow. Again, that's the Armored Wolf crushed glass snow. Fabulous material that allows you to make melted snow, muddy snow, fresh fallen snow. Oh, that's right, I do have is that the Scorpion or is that the the Onager? Let me see which one of these I've got here. So this, there you go. So again, that's your crushed glass snow, but you can see it can make muddy snow out of it here. Just mix some weathering powders with the crushed glass snow. Because every other type of snow effect out there does one type of snow and nothing else. Just that sort of fluffy snow, and that's it. Also, if you want to paint the blood spatters in there, I don't quite know what the miniature is that has that. I usually have that around to show. It's been a while since I've shown that one. Let's see, does this have some... No, that one doesn't. What about this one over here? No, you don't either. I know I have some Lord of the... Oh, yeah, it was some Wargs had that. So Thranduil, I'm glad that you've been able to do some exercise. What's crazy is I still have not started my exercise routine yet. But there's been so much physical work on the house that I think I've lost, I don't know, somewhere between 7 to 9 pounds or something like that, basically since June. Well, I guess mid-May. That's just with the physical work on the house and no actual exercise. It surprised me when I put on a pair of pants that I couldn't actually wear in May and needed a belt. That kind of gives you a little bit of a hint at just how physical the work has been here. And that's going to be continuing for, well, months more, not just weeks. Let's see if I can't darken up a little something areas here on the base. Yeah, it's like filling the 14-foot dumpster in 90 minutes. And then over the last week or so, generating just as much stuff that would have filled another, at least a 10-foot dumpster, all by myself. That's a... Well, and of course, I think the... on the culinary side of things, I think that's also improved. So I think that also has a little something to do with it. No. That is his hoof there. This is just a rock right here. Again, that's going to be the snow. Going to have the snow cover in that. Now, what's happening here? We'll throw a little bit more of this on there. Also, too, yeah, there's one of the things I'm hoping to do is, as I create these new spaces, have an exercise space like I used to. Let me see if I can't. This was probably the one most destroyed by the mold lines here. I think I've got a little something back on that. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. That is the link to the Patreon page, where again you do that Army Painter pledge level. Doesn't matter if you've binge watched all your Netflix and whatever else. You cannot binge watch all of this. You can try, but every month I usually make about 20 hours of new videos to watch. Somewhere between 18 and 22 hours worth of videos, or 23. But I do think now that we are actually at the midnight stage here, and we're at the 4-hour mark, I might actually try to raid Kaylee Larson, because she raids here all the time. We never get to raid Kaylee. And that means that could actually get me some food. Ah, thanks, Thranuel. Yes, and hopefully you'll have yourself some bugs to look at. And again, hopefully the having the interference colors will be also okay. Now we might also try to do a little bit of freehand of some markings on some areas, like maybe the wings on the. No, it's not Hermagons that are the flying ones. I don't remember which ones are. Alright, we've got a nice little bit of our darks down in there. So I do want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits, the subs, the follows, and the cheers. Thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations. Thanks Bithron for doing the clips. Appreciate that. I know there's been a bunch of those the last couple of streams. Few more things have done right there. Yeah. So there's that, and of course here is our. So it's orientated this way. Yeah. So it goes this way, and then he sits there. So you're looking at the fronts there now, then the backs of these. So this is kind of these sort of match what we've got going on here around the side of that. Oh, hey there, Arid. So Arid, I'm about to raid out there. So Arid, again, as the moving day draws down, I hope that it was all worth it for sure. And everybody, please give Arid a can wave a follow if you could. But thanks again, Armored Wolf. So here, let's get our raid countdown underway here. So again, we can catch Kaylee. And thanks again, Sarge, if you're still out there. I'm going to get that raid countdown underway here. Much appreciated. Yeah, that was very fabulous. We had a blast doing this one. Geez, Arid, well, I'll maybe try to send you a message or something like that and see what other kind of craziness happened there. But thanks again, everybody. Hobbits next.